Dip dip dibbity doo doo. Dip dip dibbity doo doo. Doop doo doobity doo doo. Doop doop doobity doo doo. Tried to warn you, but here I am. I'm back. Tried to warn you this would happen. Howdy. Howdy. Howdy, I'm back. I was out of town, but I'm back now. We went camping, and we went down and saw the eclipse. But now I'm back. I'm still the same. Maybe. Are you still the same too? That the troll still big here? I love that guy. I love that guy. He spent more time watching my dumbass than he did doing anything that makes him happy in life, so I love that guy. I got a pretty good picture of the eclipse. I took this with my Canon camera. Isn't that pretty cool? Did anybody else see the eclipse? This is the full picture. That was just a zoomed in version of it. You can see. Kind of cool. You saw it in Texas? Nice. Who else saw it? Did anybody else get a chance to see it? You saw it in totality from your yard? Nice. It was kind of wild. It was like it was night above us, and then to either side it was evening. Just got dark. It got cold. Yeah, the camera doesn't capture it in the same way that your eyes capture it. Like, the camera captures a pretty cool picture, but it doesn't really do it justice. You could see all of these, like, glowing, basically the glowing, like, aura of the sun. The stuff that you don't normally get to see unless it's during an eclipse. Very cool. Couldn't watch the eclipse, you were busy watching porn. That's too bad. You know, the porn is still gonna be there, but the eclipse, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime event for some people. Also, skill issue. Learn how to multitask. Doi. Your dog started barking during the eclipse. Penny was there with us at the eclipse. She seemed completely unbothered. She was just completely unfazed by it. How's my arm? It's better. I still don't have my full range of motion yet, but it's a lot better than it was. Still might be a few more days until it's back to shape. You were barefoot in the grass and communed with the earth during the eclipse. That sounds pretty sweet. I just looked up at it and started throat singing at the sun. Alright. We got some questions coming in. I know I wasn't here yesterday. I was just still so tired from that camping trip. But I did put together 3 presentations for you. These top 3 here. We got new presentations. So that means we're gonna have a vote today. We're gonna have to have a vote. Figure out which one we want to go through. And then we'll do a number 1 tomorrow. And then we'll save the last one for next week. You can't see what it says. I put together a presentation on trauma, a presentation on reframing, and a presentation on love languages. If human beings were adapted for survival, how is depression a survival mechanism? Isn't it the opposite? You could see it as a survival mechanism in some instances, like consider how people get seasonal depression in the wintertime. Maybe there is some survival mechanism to staying inside, staying warm. Sometimes you need to slow down. I wouldn't say it's exactly a survival mechanism, but it's just a byproduct of the brain. It's these three up here at the top. I have to make a poll. One thing to remember when we talk about survival mechanisms is that they can become maladapted. Like anxiety, for example, is a survival mechanism that helps to keep you safe from potential dangers. By asking yourself what could go wrong, what danger could wait me around this next corner, to help you prepare for that potential danger. But it can also be very limiting and very stressful. That's why we say balance in all things. You're still shocked at how the brain is focused more on negativity and not positivity. It explains so much, right? That's why you gotta work hard to try to be more positive, because you're going against your own, behaviors, going against your own wiring. Love languages, just self-based or go into relationships at all? We talk about, in the love languages one, we talk about what all the different love languages are. And then we also talk about how to become more fluent in them and how to practice them in our relationships. So, to answer your question, yeah, probably. Reframing. The reframing one's a banger. Actually go through a few exercises in this one. And then trauma. This one's not as long, it's a little bit shorter. But I also coined a new term in this one. I talk about a concept of micro and macro traumas. I feel like love languages get really misunderstood on social media. All psychology gets really misunderstood on social media. I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying that you are correct. Prefrontal cortex controls and logical responses and reasoning. Anxiety can shut down the prefrontal cortex, hampering logical thinking and rationalizing. The amygdala becomes hyperactive as a result. Correct. Also, remember that the aspects of your brain that produce feelings of anxiety are very centralized and very, interior in your brain. And the more central and interior and low down you get within your brain structure, the more primal type of emotion or type of process it is. Like the parts of your brain that keep your heart beating. But then the higher up parts of your brain, the parts more towards the outside, that outer structure, that we call your neocortex is responsible for more like higher level thinking. Constantly feel like an outsider in my family, and your relatives and cousins. Would any of these presentations relate to that? Potentially all of them, depending on why you feel that way. How are we feeling today? Feeling lonely? Well, thankfully we can do something about that here. A lot of people here might be feeling lonely. You don't have to feel lonely here. Sling my arm. I've had it in a sling for the past couple days. As my elbow heals. Pretty cool, huh? Feel kind of like a zombie, not feeling a lot of emotions. Alright, I have another question for you. How would you like to be feeling? Wanting to be hopeful? So I guess you could say that you are hoping to feel more hopeful, which says to me that you might actually be feeling at least a little bit hopeful. You would like to feel just more relieved? Alright, I want you to try something. I want you to try something. If you want to feel some relief, We're gonna hack your body real quick, okay? We're gonna tap into your sympathetic nervous system. What I want you to do is take a deep breath in through your nose. And when you let it out through your mouth, I want you to go, ah. Try to make the most relaxed sound that you can. Then I want you to try it again. That first one's just practice. That's the sound you make when the panic attack is over. It's also the sound that people make when they get into a hot tub. It's the sound that people make when they drink a refreshing drink on a hot day and they quench their thirst. It's a sound of relief. And it's kind of a reflex. So what is it that we're doing whenever we do that willingly? We're triggering our reflex within ourselves. You can actually start to evoke some feelings of relief and relaxation just by making your relieved sound, your relaxed sound. In the way that screaming angrily will make you angrier, in the way that laughing begets more laughter. Our brains are very suggestible. So if you're trying to feel a different type of way, I would just recommend suggesting some emotion to yourself. You like that hack? Good. I invented it just for you. The air feels weird going through your nose. Just try to focus on that feeling. Maybe you got some blockage. Maybe you need to get out the old neti pot. Your heart tickles. Yeah, that's how I read it too. It was like you got a tickly heart. All right. About this question. Also, one of the things I've been doing in my free time is I've been going through the old questions and deleting the joke questions. I wanted a more accurate representation of the actual questions that we've answered. So I've been going through the backlog. I'm about a quarter of the way through. I made it past 500 questions today. We cleared out all the jokes. all of the requests to show feet. You thought I was about to ban joke questions? I don't mind joke questions, as long as they're done tastefully. But if it's the same joke over and over, and it's like, it wasn't funny the first time, but you're trying it again the 8th, 9th time, it's just like, come on. What percentage are jokes? Less than 5%, I think. Probably less than 5%. What's a good way to stop someone from getting into a door that you can't lock? I'm scared for my safety and I need ideas. This sounds like a question about how do I barricade a door. I think I'm reading into this incorrectly. Wedge a chair under the handle. Good suggestion. Wedge a chair under the handle. Just this only works if the door opens inwards. If the door opens outwards, wedging a chair under it isn't going to do anything. You could also install a lock onto the door. Also, is there anywhere else that you can go that you can feel safe? I don't really want you staying in a place that you don't feel safe and you feel like you need to lock your door in order to stay safe. Okay, let me just show you something. If you really need to lock your door, for less than $10, all you need is a screwdriver. You just screw that bad boy in. Also, it's not that hard to replace a doorknob if you're a little bit crafty. It's not that hard to replace a doorknob, and you could replace it with a locking doorknob if you've got, you know, if I recommended this because I was trying to keep it affordable. I don't know what people's, like this one's only $4. Like these things are pretty cheap. Will they keep somebody out if they really want to get in? Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But neither will a deadbolt. Like, you'd have to get a security door to really keep somebody out if they really wanted to get in. You've replaced your doorknob before? Replacing doorknobs is actually super easy. You unscrew the old one, you pull out all the old parts, and then you put the new one in just the way the old one was. It's actually pretty simple. They even come with instructions. So, I mean, if you're just looking for more privacy, these are more for, like, privacy locks, but these aren't gonna be, like, locks that will keep somebody out if they're, like, trying to get your door down. You know what I mean? Welcome back. Hey, Woodler, how you doing? It's good to be back. You're gonna have to come down to the farm with us the next time we go. I'm excited to show it to you. We've also got some footage I took the GoPro. This is the stuff that I like to view. I'm like, look at this greenhouse kit. It's not bad. $3,000 though. One of the things I really want down on the farm is a greenhouse. If I'm gonna get this greenhouse though, I gotta start making more money. I know this is free therapy, but I also want a greenhouse, so. Gotta do a nature survey of the surrounding area. Sounds like a fun time. The drive down there from here is like less than 2 hours. It's like right around 2 hours, I think. Maybe a little over 2 hours, but it's really not that bad of a drive. Dad crunching and build it for $50. I mean, if we're actually going to talk about greenhouses, I've actually been researching greenhouses. They make this roll of like polycarbonate, and it's like dual layered, and it's translucent, so you can't actually see through it all the way, but it lets the light in, so you can make a greenhouse out of something like that too. Just get a big roll of it and then attach it to like a frame of your own choosing. You just have to like make the frame out of wood or something. Take notes of all edible flora that proliferates at decent numbers. I've taken note of the edible flora that grows in my backyard. I've identified at least 10 different plants in my backyard, and there's at least 3 or 4 that are edible. There's at least 3 that I can make a salad out of. I can make a salad based on what I know about the plants in my backyard. You love the look of glass, though. I love a glass greenhouse, but they're also very expensive. Glass is very expensive. Now, if you can find some secondhand glass, if you can find somebody who's like throwing away a bunch of old windows or like sliding glass doors or something, and you can take that glass and then, you know, now we're talking. So what's a good way to stop someone from getting into a door that you can't lock? Put a chair under it. If it opens inwards. If it opens outwards, putting a chair under it's not going to do anything. Or put a little lock on it. You can get a cheap little lock and... maybe the situation needs to change. Either you or the person who's making you feel unsafe needs to find somewhere else to go. Put some Vaseline on the doorknob. There's other stuff you can put on the doorknob too, but I'm not going to go into it. You really want to keep somebody out of a room? Just put some poop on the doorknob. Nobody's going to want to touch poop. Yeah, I guess it depends. How home alone do you want to get? How home alone do you want to get with this? A few weeks ago, I didn't hold back with my questions and got some really amazing feedback for you. I implemented them and even had some good progress updates. I think they meant to say amazing feedback from me. But I'm going to assume that you are going to offer me some really amazing feedback. I'm going to take this literally. I love feedback. I implemented them and even had some good progress updates. As I've continued making progress, I still don't feel a sense of satisfaction. That's normal. Sometimes the feeling of satisfaction takes a while to catch up with all the hard work you're doing. It's not unusual to feel that way. Taking better care of myself admittedly comes and goes, but I still can't find my drive or motivation. You're in the process of building it. It might not feel like drive or motivation right now, but the things that you are doing is what is contributing to it. You are actually in the process of building it. You know, it's kind of like when you're building a house and you've got, the foundation laid and you've got the frame put up. It's like, this doesn't feel like a house yet. It's still rainy inside. There's no roof on it yet. There's no walls. Where are the windows? You're building it. I think about what you said, and no, my loved ones would want me taking care of myself, but why can't I just do things for me? Oh no, you can. You can do things just for you. I think in the context that I said that was... sometimes when we're trying to take better care of ourselves, we have to try to view ourselves from an outside perspective. And try to view ourselves as someone that we care about. And sometimes we have to ask ourselves, what would the people who care about me want for me to do? And so the end goal is to build up that internal motivation so that you can do things just for you. Because there's something that you want to do, something that feels good for you to do. But sometimes when we're getting started and building that up, we have to adopt a different perspective in order to get that process going. Why do I have to have outside influence and eyes watching me to feel motivated to keep going? That's a good question. Those are external motivators. And external motivators can be a good way to help us keep going. What you're trying to do is build internal motivation, and sometimes that can take longer to build than it takes to find external motivation. External motivation can come and go, just in the same way that internal motivation can come and go. I just wish I could be alone and take better care of myself. I know it takes practice, but what's practice without the drive to keep it going? I'm perceiving here that you do have that drive to keep going. Even in taking those first steps, that is the drive to keep going. It's just the drive to take that next step. You don't need to worry about building up the drive and the energy to take every single step that you need to take. Just focus on finding that next step. It sounds like you're headed in a good direction. You're really starting to turn things around and you're really starting to do better for yourself. Just keep going the way you're going. Just think of how you'll feel if you keep practicing. There may come times when we're trying to feel better about ourselves that we might feel stuck, we might feel like we're stagnating, and that's when we want to try to basically start back at step number one, start back with square one, and just say, okay, return to the basics, return to the fundamentals. Sometimes you may feel like you're giving 100%. What I try to do is, when I feel like I'm giving 100%, I try to make that 100% my new 1%. And then I just keep focusing on trying to build. Sometimes getting better feels weird. Sometimes getting better feels like something's missing. Sometimes getting better feels confusing. If you're not used to taking good care of yourself, making a change and taking good care of yourself can feel different, and sometimes things that feel different feel confusing. You've planted the seeds, just keep tending to those seeds. The fruit will grow. Just keep up the good work. We're proud of you. I've been splitting on my wife a lot lately. I feel rejected by the smallest pushback or setback. Some weeks I'm madly in love and feel amazing, and I know it's wrong that I associated sex with validation. But when I get rejected repeatedly, I feel like scummy and gross and unattractive. She's aware of how I feel and how I think. Then why do I have to get rejected all the time? I understand sometimes not being in the mood or tired, but weeks of it. It's so painful. I start to get so withdrawn and mean. I see her sleeping, her back turned the other way, and it makes me so sad, so empty. I just want to cry all night. Sometimes when she's mad about my feelings, she pretends that she wants to have sex in a mean way just to make you happy. And I reject because I'm not trying to come across like manipulative. I just want to feel loved. You are valid in wanting to feel loved. Love is something that we all need to feel. In what other ways can we communicate love in this relationship? Also, this is a great thing to talk about, with like maybe a couples counselor or your own therapist, just to try to process some of these feelings, because there's a lot that you could talk about here. But you do have a lot of awareness, and you are aware of these behavioral patterns that you're engaging in, and you do have a desire to change them, and that's good. Try to give some thought into what other areas of my life am I feeling stressed about, and could I be transferring those feelings into my relationship with my wife? Because that's one of the things that we do with anger and frustration, is we redirect it onto the people that we love. We redirect them into a place that feels safe to do so. These are also things that I would say that you should continue to talk to your wife about. We want to make sure that we're not misinterpreting things because, you know, if somebody is sleeping with their back to you, that might not mean anything other than that's just a comfortable position for them to sleep in. It might not mean anything at all. And even if they are sleeping with their back turned to you, then just come in and just be the big spoon. You know, just go in for a cuddle. Non-sexual physical intimacy is just as important in a relationship as other forms of intimacy. You know, stuff like hugging, hand-holding, cuddling. Especially if physical touch is one of your love languages. I would say the best thing to do, though, would just be to talk to your wife about it and just tell her how you feel and just say, you know, I don't want to feel this way, you know, I don't want to feel... Just, all you can do is tell her how you feel and talk about it. You know, it's not you versus her, it's you and her versus the problem that you're trying to solve. There are different techniques that work for helping intimacy in a bedroom. So there's some things you might want to try just to, you know, mix it up a little bit. Try to be seductive, you know, try to focus on that aspect of it. And even if it doesn't result in intercourse, you know, it's still a meaningful gesture of romance with the person that you love. You know, light some candles, put on some jazz or something. Take it slow, be seductive. Maybe some R&B if that's more your thing, some slow jams. Also, a person's sex drive can be affected by any number of different things. So I wouldn't immediately jump into it's you that's the problem on why there isn't more sexual intercourse. We want to try to make sure that we're not personalizing it and saying, oh, well, it must be me. The only reason why she doesn't want to have sex is because I'm unattractive and gross. So I guess I would just talk to her about that and see what might be contributing to it. And I would just, you know, I would approach it like, what can we do? Like, what can I do to, like, make things more interesting for you? Is there anything I can do to perhaps make you feel more interested? You know, just have an honest conversation about it. We're trying to, you know, make each other happy. Dogs, can we?
Sorry.
No, they're good. They're just. Why are they right here? Dogs, please. Move. Thank you. Sorry, my dogs like to try to sabotage. Also, I just want to go on the record here and say that there are all sorts of other things that you can do in a bed with another person that feel gratifying that aren't sexual intercourse. There's other stuff that you can do. Name them. Well, Maddie Bear's on it. Maddie Bear's on it. Cutie Cheeks is on it. Just to name a few. Use your instincts. Find out what feels good for you. You don't need me to tell you. Trust your instincts. Alright, we're gonna carry on. Yep. Filthy mood indeed. I missed you so much. I missed you too. I was never that far away, though. I was just right around the corner. I wake up in the morning. I go to work, go to school, go to the gym, try to do things to enjoy myself, but I have no energy to do them. I just want to sleep in bed all day. How's the diet? How's the nutrient intake? At what times of day are you spiking your cortisol? I've been studying productivity routines and routines that can improve your energy and your just your ability to function during the day. Huh, exactly. How many people here, after they wake up, immediately go for a cup of coffee? How many people here, that's one of the first things they do after they wake up? Maybe you go to the bathroom, you go pee, and then you go get your coffee. Energy drink, but the same thing? Oh no, sugar, not the energy drinks. I've been there. You wait about 1.5 hours. That's good. That's what you want to do. If you wake up in the morning, what is going on in your brain is that the act of waking up spikes your cortisol levels. If you don't know what cortisol is, it's one of the hormones, one of the chemicals inside of our brains, and it's the one that makes you feel agitated and stressed. It's the stress hormone. You know what also causes your cortisol to spike? caffeine. Caffeine can also cause your cortisol to spike. So if you are waking up and your cortisol is already high and then you drink caffeine and it makes your cortisol stay high, what you're actually doing to yourself is you're making yourself more like restless and anxious. You aren't actually like awake and alert as you ought to be. Nicotine, same thing with nicotine. It's like if you gotta get that nicotine, I get it. I get it. Just try to wait as long as you can. Because right now you're basically just teaching yourself, what do I do when I wake up? Hit the vape. You never started vaping? Oh, good. Good. Don't start if you, like... I used to vape, but I was able to quit, thankfully. Pain in the ass, though. Pain in the ass. Queen Eclipse, thank you for subscribing for 2 months. You have an addictive gene. All of our brains are wired for addiction. Some people seem to get addicted more easily than others, and there could be an underlying genetic aspect to that, but in truth, every brain is wired for addiction. Just think of how addicted you are to oxygen. You're huffing that stuff hundreds of times a day. Think of how addicted you are to water. Can't go long without that. Okay, questioner, I got something for you. It's not about having the energy to do them. It's about finding the energy. It's about building up your stamina and pushing through and doing something because it's something that you want to do. If you're just going to try to sit around and wait for energy to come to you, it's not going to happen. If all you did is sit around, you would eventually feel motivated. Eventually you'd have to get up and go to the bathroom, or you'd get hungry and you'd get up and go find something to eat or something to drink. But if you're just sitting around waiting for the energy to come for you to go do something that you want to do, it might never happen. Sometimes you gotta give yourself your own little kick in the rear. Getting started is the hardest part. Addiction is something different. Not necessarily. Addiction is basically when the brain feels like it needs something in order to survive, and it becomes such a priority to you that you are willing to risk other things in your life, potentially harming yourself, in order to acquire the thing that you need to satisfy that addictive feeling. Breathing can give you dopamine in the same way that satisfying an addictive urge can give you dopamine. Dopamine is just a reinforcing agent that promotes continuation of a behavior. Addictions, like addictive substances or addictive behaviors, they just hijack that natural process in the brain that's supposed to be motivating you to do things that you need to do to survive. I would say one more thing for you, questioner. When you're doing the things in your day that you need to do, I would hope that you are providing yourself some positive affirmations as you're doing the stuff that is contributing to your own wellness. You know, getting up, doing your work, going to school, working out. Just reminding yourself, this is good for me. This is helping me grow. This is helping me be healthy. That's how you build that motivation. You have to become your own cheerleader. I just want a handsome masked man like Jesus Christ to love me and hold me and kiss me. Who doesn't? O.J. Simpson passed away, no other info. I heard that. I heard that O.J. Simpson died. Oh well. I feel too ugly to enjoy life. It has come to a point where I'm planning to get 2 or 3, if possible, jobs to pay for plastic surgery. I hate being myself so much, I just want to look different. I can understand the importance of wanting to look good and feel confident in your physical appearance, but changing your outside won't change your inside. And so if you want to do that, if you want to, get procedures done that can help you feel more confident and more comfortable, go for it. I'm not against that. But you also want to make sure that you feel appreciative of who you are on the inside. What type of person are you deep down? Because ultimately, that's what matters most. Everything out here, this is all temporary. This can all fade. This can all change. But what's in here, that's what really matters. That's what's long lasting. And I say that because what happens with a lot of people who start getting plastic surgery procedures is that it's not enough. It's like maybe it's your nose and you start with your nose, but then you realize, oh, my cheeks need to change, and oh, my forehead needs to change, and oh, now I need to do some other work on this part of my body and then this part of my body. And that just keeps going and going and going because they aren't happy on the inside. And so unless you're happy on the inside, you're never going to be happy just based on what's going on the outside. You're always going to hyperfixate on your own perceived flaws. And these are flaws that you perceive within yourself that other people may never notice or may have never have any idea that they're there. Some tiny little blemish or asymmetry. You've legit loved parts of your partners that they have not, right? Because it's a part of them. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It doesn't matter because it's a part of them, and that's why you love it, is because it's an aspect of them. Your friend got her ears pinned back for personal preference, but you never noticed what she saw. Most people never do when it comes to those types of things, because addiction to plastic surgery is basically just body dysmorphia with access to resources. So, if you want to work on how you look on the outside, and if you feel like that would make you feel better, go for it. But I'm also going to tell you that it's not going to make you feel better in the way that you're hoping to. You got to start on the inside and work your way out. Don't start from the outside in. Also, you could be the hottest person on the face of the planet, and internet trolls are still going to call you ugly, so it is what it is. I have Christina Aguilera in my head now. You are beautiful, no matter what they say. Words can bring you down. Okay, but you'd still be the hottest person on the planet, so... Maddie Bear, you don't want to be the hottest person on the planet, because then that means that everyone else on the planet is ugly. Think, man, think. If you're the hottest person on the planet, then everybody else is ugly. You don't want to live on that planet. You want to live on a planet where you're the ugliest person. And you're surrounded by hot people. Because then you're a novelty. And some people actually find that even more attractive. It's like, oh, you don't look like everybody else. That makes you special. That makes you unique. It should be celebrated. You know the sexiest thing that a person can have? Confidence. Confidence can give you an easy, 5-point boost. At least. Or maybe people just want to feel valuable. Is that why they want beauty? Sometimes people who are traditionally or like you would consider them to be like conventionally attractive or conventionally pretty, sometimes they're basically just treated like objects. Sometimes they're just treated like they've got no brains. They're treated like they're dumb. Sometimes they set really low expectations for people who are really pretty, and sometimes it can actually be very unfulfilling. Like, imagine that you want to be known for your brain, but people keep focusing on your external appearance. You know who I think of? You know who comes to mind? Hedy Lamarr. You heard of Wi-Fi? You heard of Wi-Fi? She co-invented a radio guidance system for torpedoes, which led to the invention of wireless transmission for information. She was also an actress. She was also a brilliant scientist. You get my point now. Thank you. Pretty privilege is real, though. People get more respect, better treatment. That is true. And sometimes the opposite is true. I'm not a weak leftist. So you're a strong leftist. Good, because we need strong people on the left. So we're glad you're here. We need strong people. They also say kindness is a strength. Do you have anything nice to say? I'm interested to see if you're strong enough to say something nice. Hi, Papa. I've been chatting with a girl now for a while, about 3 months, and one day she confesses that she is in love with me. I, the emotionally unavailable person that I am, don't know how to deal with this situation, as I can't reciprocate nor emotionally understand her feelings. I told her that I'd rather be friends with her, and she was fine with that, because simply spending time with me made her happy. Why do we feel that we're emotionally unavailable? Is it that it's just locked away? Do we have to dig deep? Does it make us feel very vulnerable to be emotionally open? Because these are all things that can change. These are all things that can be mended. If we identify as an emotionally unavailable person, what do we want to do about that? Do we want to change it? Do we want to work on it? Do we want to work on becoming more emotionally available? I don't deserve positivity. Why? Elaborate. Tell me more. Is it because I looked like somebody who hurt you in the past? Is it because I'm a dude and I remind you of the way that your dad fucked you up? Do I remind you of somebody who bullied you? What could it be? Tell me! I want to help you! However, our friendship was not always smooth. There were times where my insensitivity caused her hurt. We concluded that we can't be together anymore until I change. But changing is a long process, so I won't see her for a long time, and not being able to see her makes her miss me and feel very bad. Do you miss her? How do you feel about this as well? I'm trying to figure out what sort of emotional seeds we're planting here. By the way, she has mental health problems too. I've never been in a situation like this, and I'm not sure what to do because every decision I make would lead to hurt. I would like to hear your thoughts on this if you don't mind. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Hey. Hey. The fact that you are avoiding hurting this person shows me that you care about them. And that, to me, also says that you might not be as emotionally available as you feel that you are. Maybe you've had to become very stoic. Maybe you've had to put on a stern face and just be very rigid with your emotions because that's how you've survived, that's how you've protected yourself. But you're wanting to avoid hurting this person because you care about this person. Sorry, but this one sounds like a bit of an overthink. No, this one is actually two people who both are struggling with their mental health and they are just chatting. They're just friends. They're just growing a relationship. Two wounded people trying to heal together. That's what I'm seeing in this. Change can take a long time, but if we become an active proponent in change, if we try to work on change every day, you may change faster than you think. There's a lot to unpack here. I want you to just consider the nature of your relationships in your life. Have there been points in your life where you felt like I'm getting too close to this person, so I have to have some distance? Are your relationships marked by volatility? Focus on the next stage of your change. What is the next step that you want to make in your change? Sometimes we shut people off and sometimes we push people away as a way of hurting ourselves. It's a form of self-destructive behavior. Kind of like the people who like to troll in here. It's self-destructive behavior. It's like, we get it. You're lonely. You want some attention. Just try being nice. If you want to make friends, try being friendly. Sheesh. But hey. Questioner. If you need some time apart, that's okay. Just work on making those changes. Try to get excited about making those changes. Try to embrace vulnerability. If you feel emotionally unavailable, but you want to become more emotionally available, you can make that happen. If you want to make room for other people in your life, you've got to have room for you in your life. You got to understand your hurt. You got to understand your feelings. That way it feels safer to let people in. Also, having friends who can help us stay accountable can be huge in changing. We shouldn't have to make all of our changes in our life on our own. What we need are friends around us who care about us, who can call us out when we are acting out of line. So yeah, maybe it could take you a long time to change on your own, but wouldn't it be easier to change if you had friends and people you trusted that could help you to stay on the path? Anyway, just let me know how it goes. Just let me know how it goes. Let's figure out what those next steps are. We're happy to help you. The Ashley Madison questioner from a while ago. I'm sorry, questioner, but you brought the tea today. I'm sorry, I don't mean to... You know, this is your life. We're not trying to, like, make a spectacle or anything, but... This was something that we all remember hearing about. I confronted him about the app. I've seen texts and snaps to girls prior, but he had a very traumatic childhood, and I've been trying to work through proper communication and positive relationships with him. The whole situation didn't sting as much as it should have because I'm more frustrated than upset with this bad habit. Once I've confronted him, he said he's considered therapy, but wouldn't per se want to do couples therapy because of a past relationship with therapists. Let me just say, all therapists are different, so I understand the hesitation or the reluctance, but every therapist is different, so try not to write off every single therapist just because maybe you had one that you didn't like. Or maybe you had one that called you out. Maybe you had one that was trying to make you be accountable before you were ready to be accountable. Also, an individual therapist can do sessions as a couple. That is a thing. You can do that. He can go to a therapist on his own, and then when he's ready, he could say, you know, I want to have my partner come in, and we want to do a session together. Would that be possible? Yeah, you can. You can do that. Some therapists might not, but I feel like most therapists would be okay with that. I know it's not my fault, but my brain tells me if I was in a happier and just mentally healthier state that we might not have this issue. How do you think that this issue has been affecting your mental state? It's one of the things our brains does when we enter this type of situation is it's trying to figure out the chicken or the egg. Like maybe if I was happier and more mentally well, then we might not have this issue. It's like maybe it's that issue that's making you feel unhappy and mentally unwell. He's been a lot better helping me mentally the past 6 months, but I just feel like a mess. Not sure what I could ask to help, but just updating you guys and knowing you're here is reassuring. Thank you. This does sound like a really stressful situation, and it makes perfect sense that it would have you feeling mentally stressed. Just the suspicion and the worry and the trust issues and the, image, issues with, your own perception of yourself. Like, am I attractive? Is he trying to do this because, he's trying to get with someone that he finds that he's more interested in? Is he still into me? All sorts of questions just running through your mind and leaves you in a very mentally vulnerable state. Also, okay, we're gonna, the traumatic childhood. Okay, we're gonna respect that, but you can't keep pulling the traumatic childhood card every time that you step out of line, every time you do something messed up. It's not an excuse. It offers an explanation, but it doesn't excuse your behavior. Like me personally, I don't validate traumatic childhood as a justification for this level of cheating, but you know the situation better than I do, and I'm just on the outside looking in with the little bit of information that I do have. Traumatic childhood card. Yeah. I haven't mentioned this before. Because it borders on problematic. It borders on problematic, but it is true. Some people will use the fact that they have endured trauma in their life as a manipulation tactic. They may have just no desire to change, no desire to grow or change their behaviors. It's just traumatic childhood. You just pull up the traumatic childhood card. Thankfully, it's relatively rare that people do that, but it does happen. It does happen. Like even in working in mental health, it's just like you have to be respectful and gracious, but sometimes people are just assholes. Sometimes people are just very like short-tempered and cruel and aggressive, and it's just like, okay, what do you want to do about it? Like, okay, you can't just continue to, like, if you understand that your current behaviors stem from the trauma that you have endured earlier in life, what are you doing to work on those behaviors? Or do you just want to have those be your behaviors for the rest of your life? So, that being said, I'm not trying to imply that he's using it as an excuse, but we just want to be mindful that sometimes people will do that to make excuses for their own messed up behavior. Like, did you ever watch that show Love is Blind? That show's kind of messed up. It's reality TV is just unhinged, isn't it? But no, I remember this one couple on Love is Blind, and the guy was basically just like, I don't know if I won't cheat on you. I can't give you that guarantee. I don't know if I can say yes forever. I don't know. I'm like, oh, so you actually know the guy that I'm talking about. Yeah, it's that guy. He's just like, I don't know. He's just like, I don't know. I can't be sure. I might cheat on you. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what? I'm like control your fucking dick, dude. Like, it's not just gonna pull itself out. It's not just gonna fall into somebody else. Like, you have to do that shit willingly. Like, come on. At least he's honest. Fair enough. Like, I just don't see why it's so fucking hard to just not cheat. Like, I don't understand why it would be so hard for some people. It's like, I don't know, I might just find myself in a situation where I'm alone with another person for an extended period of time and we might end up fucking. It's like, okay. His excuse was that his dad cheats, so he has to also. Like, he inherited that shit. You would think that if your parent cheated, you would see the stress that it caused in the relationship that he was in, and that it would motivate you to not do that thing. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, make yourself at home. Welcome to mandatory therapy. Alright, questioner. Before I move on from this one, thank you for the update. This sounds really stressful. I hope you're able to work through it. Just keep at it about getting him to go to therapy and the possibility of couples therapy, because it does sound like there's some stuff here that can be worked through in therapy. And I wouldn't blame you for his decisions, okay? How you feel mentally has nothing to do with what he chooses to do. He's a grown-ass man. Try to get him to couple and individual therapy. If he goes to individual therapy, that therapist might be open to doing a few sessions as a couple, as a group. Therapists will do that. They'll be like, would you be interested in having your partner in sometime and we can do a group session? It works. You can do that too. Most therapists would be comfortable doing that. It's something that they're supposed to be able to do. Unless the therapist's just like, no, I prefer to just work with individuals. It's like, okay. Meaner. It sucks because we've been married for over 10 years. I spent 8 years sleeping in another room because it upset me sleeping in the same bed. It would be nice to be the one who gets to reject their partner. Maybe I'm petty. I try to do all the things TikTok people say to do. I do all the housework, dishes, meal planning, cooking, yard work too. I buy gifts randomly and little tokens that I love them. I feel like a sucker. I know I'm not entitled to anything, but maybe I want to feel loved and desired. And you should feel loved and desired. Feeling loved and desired is an important part of a marriage. Like, what's a marriage without love and desire? I explained this to them, and they say they understand me and will try harder, whatever that means. But they have a lot going on themselves. I just can't win. I feel like a failure of everything. No. I'm disagreeing with you. Is this a continuation? This is the same question? No, this is a separate question. But I'm not sure if it's the same person. Also, don't listen to people on TikTok. Don't listen to people on TikTok. People on TikTok have no idea what they're doing. You do housework, you do dishes, you plan meals, you cook, you do yard work. It's all very important stuff, and that's all very valued stuff. I don't see a failure in that, being an adult. What I have some concern with, though, is you saying that it would be nice to be the one who gets to reject their partner. I just don't feel like that's a, Like, is that how we want to approach our relationships with a partner? Is we want to have that type of feeling directed towards them? I don't know. It just feels like there's a lot of negative feelings tucked away in here. relationship should be about cooperation and mutual understanding and mutual love. So try to build those. And if the person that you're in a relationship with isn't interested in building those things with you, then maybe it's not going to work. I understand that they have a lot going on themselves, but you two together as a couple also have a lot going on. And maybe if you were able to come together and work on some of those things together, some of those other things that are bothering them in their life might fall into place. I don't know. I feel like you just need to come together and try to work on it. Just saying that you understand and saying that you'll try harder doesn't really mean much. It's kind of an empty gesture. It's like you actually need to identify what it is that you're going to do differently. I feel like a marriage isn't a place that we should hold on to resentment. You know, those types of feelings don't really belong in a marriage. This is supposed to be your partner. This is supposed to be the person that you love very deeply. The person that you're supposed to be excited to be around, the person that you're supposed to be excited to get to know on a deeper level and to continue to grow your love together. Bro's really giving relationship advice. It's true. People come to me and ask me for my advice specifically. Which is bizarre because I'm a fucking idiot. Questioner, you're valid in your feelings of wanting to feel loved and desired. I feel like this is something that you can work through as a couple, but both of you have to be willing to work on it. Maybe you can both make some changes, maybe you can both come to a better mutual understanding, but we don't want to have these negative feelings. These feelings of like resentment and rejection. It shouldn't be tied into these feelings because where's that going to take you in the long run, you know? We want things to start getting better. We don't want things to just continuously get worse. We got a big one. We got a big one. The past few months, I've been considering making a few big life changes. I think I need to break up with my fiancé. There are many reasons our relationship no longer works, but mostly I feel like I have outgrown this relationship. I do truly love them, but it seems unfair to both of us to try to continue this relationship. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes we notice it. Especially, if we are, like, engaged to be married, it makes you think, like, is this the person that I want to spend the rest of my life with? If, you are valid in these feelings that you've got. So even though it might be difficult and painful, if it's what's fair to both of you, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. My fiance cheated on me very early into our relationship. I was 20 at the time and thought it was something I could forgive and forget about. I find that to be rarely true. I find that infidelity is something that will continue to come up in a relationship indefinitely. It's always going to be a point of contention. Like, maybe you'll get arguing over something else. Like, maybe, they didn't bring the trash out before the trash truck came, and so you missed trash week. And you get into an argument about it, and it's like, well, what about that time you cheated on me? Once that bond of trust has been broken, it's really hard to get it back because it's always going to make you wonder. It's like, was this just a one-time thing, as they claim that it is? If they did it once, could they do it again? I'm 27 now and have forgiven my partner, but I'm not willing to be with someone who has cheated on me anymore. While it's not the only issue in our relationship, I feel like that's the main one that makes me not willing to work things out. I moved to the city I live in to be with my fiance and have a few friends here. But not much else holding me to stay in this city. My job outsourced my position and I'm getting a severance package. I've been considering moving and have picked a city that's slightly more affordable than where I live now. The severance package will be just enough to help me move and still have enough left over to pay off some debt and save the rest. Ironically, I just got a job offer from the job I was wanting while I was typing this. We're always looking for signs from the universe. Take that sign. Take it. It's I'm choosing to believe that this is a sign. Whenever I see something in my life that I feel is a sign, I say that to myself. I am choosing to believe that this is a sign. My main concern with this move would be missing my family. Although my family lives roughly 2 hours away now, it's still manageable to visit them every month, and I know I would miss out on that if I made this move. I know the adults in my family would understand, but I'm close with my nephews, and I would miss out on a lot of things in their lives that I'm normally there for. I've been struggling with knowing that I'm making the right choice. I haven't talked to anyone in my family about this yet, but the few people I have told have been very supportive and think it'll make me happy to do this for myself. Hey, if you feel like those people know you well and they want to see you doing well, and I would listen to them. I also know I need to talk to my fiance, and I'm being selfish for putting off the conversation while I figure these things out. I'm struggling to figure out how to proceed from here. I feel like I just need to rip off the band-aid and just be open with everyone. I know that a move won't fix everything, and it will be really hard at times, especially after a breakup, but I feel like in this situation, a fresh start would be really beneficial for my personal growth. I really appreciate any insight or input on this. I feel like things are starting to fall into place. You are closing one chapter and starting a new chapter. It sounds to me like you already know what it is that you want to do, and you already know what it is that you're going to do. So just take the time you need to build up your strength and do it. It might never feel easy to do. It will probably feel difficult to go through that conversation. But you know what's best for you. And you know what it is that you gotta do. I would just focus on taking things one step at a time. You know, just continue to prepare yourself and do the things you need to do to get things set up and to make that transition. And when you're ready to have that conversation, have that conversation. It'll probably be difficult making that adjustment, but it'll also probably be easier than you think. It'll probably feel very refreshing, very freeing. It's just that initial change that feels uncomfortable. So, do what you gotta do. Let us know how it goes. Hi, I've been weed sober for a month and 2 weeks on Friday. It's probably closer to a month and 3 weeks, but I only started tracking when I mentioned it to my therapist. I vow to myself and my future career to not smoke or do illegal substances. Thank you to you and Casey and the community for all you've done for me in such a small but really important time. A round of applause. Look at you go. It's the thing about overcoming an addiction. No matter what the addiction is, whenever you're caught up in the addiction, going one day without feels impossible. And it's not until after you go a day that you realize that it was possible. And then the same thing about a week. It feels like it's going to be impossible to go a week. And then you go a week. You just got to take it one day at a time. Keep up the good work. I've been noticing that I've been having really weird mood swings. Like, I'll be at work in a good mood, and then all of a sudden, I'll feel like I don't want anybody to talk to me or ask me for anything, even though I'm a supervisor and that's basically my job. When I don't work, I'll either be really energetic and want to do chores and everything and go out, but then other days I'll wake up and I can't even get up to brush my teeth. It kinda sucks and I want to go to the doctor, but I don't have insurance anymore, so it's just way too much. The fact that you want to talk to a doctor about it means to me that this is something that you feel is pretty serious, or that it's something that you need a doctor's help to work on. It could be. Could be something going on there. We're looking for something to help our mood, something to help stabilize our mood. It's not unusual to have these types of fluctuations in our mood, even throughout the span of a week. You know, some days we do feel energetic and productive, and when we do feel that way, we want to make sure that we're reminding ourselves and pointing it out to ourselves that, hey, I actually feel really good right now. I have a lot of energy. I'm feeling really motivated right now. When we have those good mood states, it's important that we point them out to ourselves. It helps to reinforce them, and it helps them become easier to attain. I feel like a lot of people probably find this relatable. Are you taking time for yourself? Are you taking time to practice good self-care? Are you taking time to show some love to yourself? Have you thought about taking up a hobby and learning something new for fun? That's a good suggestion. That's a great suggestion. Whenever I catch myself feeling this type of way, I feel like I'm just spinning my wheels and I feel like I'm not, I'm just dealing with the ups and downs. What I like to try to focus on is to focus on learning. Whenever you're dealing with a negative mood, just try to focus on learning. Why am I feeling this way? And what can I do to not feel this way? What sort of stuff do I like? What sort of stuff gives me a sense of fulfillment? It's an opportunity for learning, and it's an opportunity to learn more about you. You hand whipped some whipped cream? Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that either. How long did that take you to do? Half an hour? 10 minutes? It's a lot of whipping. It takes like 5 minutes with a mixer to get whipped cream. So doing it by hand, I'm just... No, thank you. Sounds like repetitive strain injury. Questioner, I would try not to worry too much about what it is you're going through. What I would like to see you try to do is when you start noticing yourself feeling this mood shift, or when you start noticing yourself feeling down, it's okay to just pause, try to relax, and ask yourself, why am I feeling this way? Just take a moment to stop and reflect. Is there anything about the environment that you're in, or the nature of your thinking, or your needs? Are all of your needs being met? Have you been spending time with people that you care about? Your friends, your family? Are you addressing all of your needs? We'll just try to take a closer look at it. Also, the doctor is probably just going to tell you to exercise, so have you tried exercise? Sorry, that's a little bit of a joke. I'm not going to speak for every doctor, but what I've noticed, there tends to be a little bit of a trend. That, like, if you were to go to a doctor and you were to say, hey, I feel okay some days, but then other days I just feel kind of down and I have a hard time doing stuff. Before they, prescribed you any medications, or before they even had that type of conversation, they would probably want to figure out, well, have you been exercising? Exercise does help elevate your mood overall when you're consistent. Exercise. It's the answer that people who are struggling mentally are tired of hearing, but it's also a very important facet of mental wellness. People have been using exercise for thousands of years as a way of regulating their emotions. So I guess I would just try to take a look at your routine and make sure that you've got some time for some good self-care. Are you making some time to maybe do a little bit of stretching, maybe get a little bit of meditation in, maybe do a little bit of physical activity, even if it's just going for a walk. It doesn't have to be anything strenuous. Or it could be something, like yard work or gardening, or just something that gives you a sense of fulfillment when you're doing it. As much as we love work, it's not really fulfilling on the level that we want it to be. How can I help produce motivation for this stuff? My issue is just a total lack of motivation to do anything. Focus on building enough motivation to take the next step. Don't worry about building enough motivation to do the entire thing. Don't worry about building up the energy and the motivation to actually do every single thing that you're trying to do. Just find the energy you need to take that next step. Like, maybe the next step is, okay, I'm going to put on my running shoes. Or I'm going to put on some clothes that I can work out in. Or I'm going to, just take it one step at a time. Just focus on that next step instead of all the steps, because that's when we start overthinking, and overthinking is exhausting, and it's no wonder why you don't have the energy or the motivation to do what it is that you want to do, because overthinking tires you out. What I've noticed with, you know, trying to build motivation is that it's really hard to build motivation for everything that you need to do in order to, achieve that goal that you're working towards. Like maybe your goal is, I want to be more creative, so I want to paint a picture. It's like, okay, well, what all does that entail? It's like, well, I got to get the paints, I got to get the brushes, I got to get the canvas and the easel, and I got to do all these things. And then you start overthinking about things. You're like, well, what size canvas do I have? What type of paints do I have? Do I have all of my brushes? It's like, just worry about that next step. Figure out that next step that you can do something about, and then do that step. And then worry about the step after that when you get there. Your therapist used to say that you tended to jump ahead and start thinking about the end before you even start. Here you go. We overthink because we think that it will help us be more prepared, but what overthinking does is it actually prevents us from doing anything. So if you find yourself doing a lot of thinking, you're trying to transition from thinking into doing. So just focus on the next step. If you just focus on the next step, and then you achieve that step, you've started to build momentum. And then the next step is even easier, because getting started is the hard part. But if you do that first step, you've got momentum that will carry you through the next step, and so on, and you'll be able to surprise yourself and do more than you thought was possible. The trick was just getting started. Do underthinking. Maddie Bear, you're actually onto something here. You're actually onto something. Overthinking can be a trauma response, can also be a byproduct of anxiety. Overthinking keeps us safe. But what you'll come to find is you only need to think about some things so much before you start overthinking about them. Like if you're having a hard time getting up out of bed and going about your day and doing the things you need to do, brushing your teeth, getting dressed, cleaning up your house, walking your dog, laying in bed and worrying about all the things that needs to get done isn't going to give you the energy that you need to do any of those things. Just focus on the next step. Like if you're in bed, the only step you need to worry about is sitting up. And then once you've achieved that goal, stick a leg out of bed. And then the other leg. One step at a time. Overthinking is a disease. It pretty much is. Overthinking is just anxiety run wild. what happens when you overthink? It's like your brain just continues to come up with more and more implausible and unlikely scenarios. What does it mean if you're still scared about monsters under your bed? It means you need to clean out underneath your bed. It means you need to get down there and shine a light and clean out the dust bunnies and the socks and the other stuff that rolls under the bed. Or it means put your mattress on the floor. My brain usually gets frustrated with the current step, so I skip ahead and see if the rest of the steps are equally frustrating. In my head, it usually is, so I just freeze. Anxiety response. Anxiety is what is probing into the future and looking ahead and trying to figure out what could go wrong, what dangers do I need to prepare myself for. Just keep trying to redirect yourself to that current step. Because when you're dealing with that frustration of the first step and you try to project your thoughts in past that step, you are looking at them through the lens of frustration. And so it's going to make them all feel even more frustrating and even more challenging. You must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. I'm uncertain if I'm experiencing depression. If you find yourself asking yourself, could I be depressed? You might be depressed. It's not really something that we think about. It's not really something that crosses our mind when we're not depressed. We're focused on other stuff. But if we ask ourselves, now, could I be depressed? It might be a good indicator that you are. Now, here's the thing about depression, is it will also try to convince you that you aren't actually depressed. Now, I couldn't be depressed. I have a nice house, I have a nice job, I have money, I have a car, I have a partner, I have everything that a successful person should have, so I couldn't possibly be depressed. I associate depression with feeling sad, but instead I feel constantly numb and empty. That is depression. Depression isn't just sadness. Depression feels like numbness. Depression can make you feel sad. That is true. Just think about what the word depressed means. It means a flattening. It means that something is being lowered. My days blend into each other. I wake up, go to work, complete my tasks, return home, eat, engage in gaming and streaming, then head to bed, only to repeat the cycle. It's as if I'm merely going through the motions of life. Am I the only one that feels like this? Absolutely not. Alright, chat, show of hands. Who's been there? Who's been there? Some of you may have been there. Some of you may be there right now. Some of you have probably been there in the past. I know I've been there, so I, myself, based on what I've been through, can tell you that you're not alone in that. Did I hear we're moving calls to potentially a specific day? I feel like we haven't had a call in a minute. Just wondering if we were separating. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with calls in the future, because the thing about calls is that if I'm doing calls in the same day that I'm doing questions, it's like sometimes calls can run really long, and then I've got questions that add up, and then people are like, well, when is he going to answer my question? It's been an hour, and like this question was put in an hour ago, and I'm not even doing calls today. Question box is just popping off, I fear. I've been there but different. I wish I felt numb all the time. Instead, the slightest inconvenience right now feels like the family pet just died. That's also depression. See, depression can mean a deep and profound sadness, but depression can also feel like an empty void. It can feel like there's a black hole in you. And that everything you try to do to help you feel better, it just gets sucked into that hole. And that hole just continues to grow. Suck you into it. What I found helpful to me in combating depression, because that's the way that I view it, I'm going to war with my depression. My depression is not my friend. My depression does not want what's best for me. My depression wants me to rot. What I started doing in combating my depression was making an honest effort every day to do at least one small thing that would make me feel at least a little happier. Even if it didn't necessarily make me feel happy, what I would try to do is I would try to visualize and say, okay, if I were feeling happier, hypothetically, what would that version of me be doing? It's like, well, a happier version of you might be doing this. Okay, so I'd start doing that thing. I incorporate it. If I want to become a happier version of myself, I got to get to know that person. I got to get to know how they think. I got to get to know how they act and behave. I have to become that person. I'm not just going to wake up one day and be them. I have to transform into them. And that may take some time. If you feel like you're just going through the motions, adopt some new motions. Find new motions to engage in. My act of self-love is showering tonight for therapy tomorrow. You can take it. You can take it beyond that, Matty Bear. Come on, that's beginner stuff, and you're a seasoned veteran at this point. How can we take that a step further? Just try to keep your head up. Just try to keep moving forward and just keep fighting. It's your life. Fight for it. Fear I don't have much skincare left, so I'll treat myself. An act of self-love could be putting a song that you like to dance to on your speaker and just dancing around in your room, in your kitchen, wherever. Sometimes it's helpful to remind yourself, oh yeah, I can be fun. I don't even know if I want to read this one, if I'm being honest. This one sounds like straight from 4chan. Male privilege isn't real. Men have it much worse than women in society. Wow, okay. Okay, hold on. Let me figure out how to address this one. Women aren't your problem. Society is the problem. We need to stop blaming other members of society as the problem of society. The problem of society is the people who created the framework of the society that we live in, and it's the people who uphold the oppressive and exploitive society that we all live in, okay? This is small brain thinking. We don't want to blame one population of people. Because if it's not women, then what else is it going to be? It's going to be, you know, some other group of people that you're going to blame your problems for. How about you actually start blaming the people who are actually making your life miserable? Hi, Papa, I'm spiraling. I was in a domino effect where I went from improving my overall well-being that led me to going to the dentist and updating my eye prescription. I thought that after getting my new eyeglasses, I was going to look for a job and keep doing better. Well, now I'm feeling worse than before I started this domino effect. I might have glaucoma, and I won't be able to care for myself alone if I lose my eyesight. I've already lost my family and don't have friends. I'm very independent, and being blind is terrifying, and I don't think I can handle it, especially if I'm alone, and with this economy, there's no way I'll be able to support myself. I would rather unalive. Or, hear me out, build some relationships, make some friends, re-engage with, you know, other humans. It's essential for our survival. Nobody makes it on their own. We can make it really far on our own, don't get me wrong. The power of the individual can be quite remarkable. We can't expect anybody to survive and make it on their own. We need each other. Also, I want to point something out, something important, okay? And this is something that I should probably talk about more often because this is an important aspect in getting better. And this is something that we don't always want to talk about or tell people because it can actually, we don't want to frighten people with the prospect of their ability to get better. But what I'm getting at is that sometimes in getting better, it may get worse before it gets better. Thinking back to the person who had the question about leaving their relationship and moving, and they realized that they want to take their life in a different direction, and before it can get better, it has to get worse because they have to have those hard conversations and they have to. So, sometimes in getting better, we feel worse in the beginning. This is also due in part to the fact that we have become more aware of the problems that we're dealing with, and when we become more aware of a problem, it feels like a bigger problem. But we can only solve the problem through our awareness of that problem. We can't solve a problem that we don't know that it exists. You are worth that work. You just gotta keep working on it. Sometimes you have that little dip in the beginning as you start working on yourself, and it makes you feel bad. Sometimes starting to work on yourself may make you feel a little bit worse than when you began. It's just an unfortunate truth in getting better. I wish that getting better felt good consistently. Unfortunately, it doesn't. But then again, you are a capable person. So let's find out just how capable you are. You weren't put here to give up. So keep working. You know what you need to do. Find out that next step. Just like how exercise hurts, but it makes you stronger. Exactly. Like when you're exercising and you're working on getting stronger, you're always having to push yourself to higher and higher limits. And whenever you push yourself to your highest limit, it makes you feel weak because you have reached the cap of your strength. But that's also how you get stronger, is you have to push yourself beyond your own limits. I want you to believe in your ability to make meaningful relationships with people. It's not impossible for you to make friends. If you want to learn more about making friends, I got all sorts of tips and tricks. My biggest tip, my secret technique in making friends. You want to hear it? You want to hear my top secret technique in making friends? top secret technique. Close. Those are all asking how they are and listening to them. Those are good skills to have in making friends, but they're not my top secret ultimate technique. Do you want to know my top secret ultimate technique in making friends? Just pretend that they are your friend already. Treat the strangers that you meet as if they were already your friend. Be friendly to them. That will make them more likely to want to be friends with you. They have perceived you to be a friendly person. You know how you do this? You meet somebody new, you say, "Hey there, friend. How you doing today?" See, now you've already established with them that you view them as a friend. And unless they're just very suspicious and shy, perhaps, or maybe they're a bit reserved, maybe they won't be receptive to it, but that's not on you, that's on them. Some people are just a bit distrustful for their own reasons, and that's okay. If a person acts like they don't want to be friends with you, assume that that's because of their choices, because of their views. It doesn't have anything to do with you. Maybe they're just shy. Also, if you don't, just another bit of consolation for you, questioner, before I move on. If you do end up losing your eyesight, that makes you eligible for assistance. Losing your eyesight makes you eligible for assistance, and so you won't be completely responsible for meeting all of your needs. You won't have to be completely on your own. There are services that are available just for people who have vision impairment. If you were to go blind, how would you deal with it? I practice doing stuff with my eyes closed already, because I don't know if I'm always going to have my eyesight, so I practice ahead of time. Just try to open up and make some connections with people. Trigger warning: childhood grooming. Do you find that you appreciate your other senses more when you close your eyes or wear a blindfold or whatever? Yes. Our brains are very dependent on sight if you are a sighted person. It's one of our senses that we become overly reliant on. But what happens is, in the absence of sight, your brain is still active in the same level as it was, and your other senses are heightened. My plan on if I ever go blind is I just plan on getting really into audiobooks. It's my silver lining, I suppose. It's like, well, I guess it's time to get around all those books I've been meaning to listen to. Alright. On to this question. Trigger warning, childhood grooming. Around 10 years old, I wanted to find friends and went to the internet. I fell into an online relationship with a 32-year-old man. Where were your parents? I'm sorry. Substitute Scholar, thank you for gifting that sub to Cutie Cheeks. You had to pay your registration yesterday. We can't pay property taxes in Missouri right now because there was a ransomware attack that took down a bunch of the tax system. They're planning on a soft relaunch of those services in a week. But people haven't been able to get marriage certificates or pay their taxes, or like it's also slowed down people's abilities to like close on a home. And it's been that way for almost 2 weeks already. I remember our phone calls and the things I'd have to do. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna start this one over. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I'm sorry. Let me start over from the top. Trigger warning, childhood grooming. Around 10 years old, I wanted to find friends and went to the internet. I fell into an online relationship with a 32-year-old man. I remember our phone calls and the things I'd have to do so vividly it's nauseating. My mom found out due to him spamming me when I wasn't answering. I low-key grew up thinking it was my fault. In absolutely no way was this your fault at all, okay? You were a child. You were 10. You were basically a baby. Whenever it comes to adults interacting with children, it's never the child's fault. You're not the adult in the situation. The responsibility always falls onto the adult. No justice was taken, and I continued this disgusting habit with older men online until high school. One of them has checked my LinkedIn the past few months, and even though it's 12 years later, that's why we gotta avoid these creepy, obsessive older people on the internet. They just don't know when to quit. They got nothing better to do. It makes me scared, sad, and triggered. I don't know how to get past this, and the Nickelodeon documentary hit hard. I wish something was done so I didn't keep the habit after my mom found out, and I can't get past the fact that all of these guys are out there. What I'm thinking of is, first off, you were a kid. Even up through you being in high school, you're a kid, okay? There's a reason why these types of grooming relationships tend to persist, and it's because the adults who engage in this type of behavior, they are incredibly manipulative. And then sometimes the victims of this manipulation, they feel guilt and shame because they feel like, I should have known better, I shouldn't have allowed myself to be manipulative. It's like, you didn't know. You didn't know. So you can't fault yourself for what you didn't know. But now you do know. So what can we do about it? What I'm thinking about is the path forward. What a lot of people will do, and I won't say that this works for everybody, but this is something that a lot of people do when it comes to healing and moving past their trauma, is they become an advocate for other vulnerable people who could be exposed to that same trauma. I feel like there's a lot of education that needs to be done with kids as far as these types of behaviors, because apparently our parents aren't teaching them how to avoid these people like they need to. So just in continuing to speak about it, talking to people about this type of stuff, it keeps the conversation going. And that is doing something about it. That, as long as we keep talking about it, we're able to do something about it. You say that you can't get past the fact that all of these guys are out there, and I say, and this might sound strange, I say good. You don't want to forget that they're out there. Because it's when you forget that they're out there that they're able to do what it is that they do with impunity. So you say you can't forget that they're out there, and I say good. I don't forget that they're out there either. And I don't want to forget that they're out there. Because I want to keep talking to people about it. And I want to keep reminding people of these dangers. I want to do what I can to help protect people. So if you want the world to change, you gotta keep talking about it. You don't have to become an advocate, though. It's also is okay to just do your best to just try to let it go and move on and focus on your life as it is. If you haven't talked to anybody about this before, I would say that might be a good idea. Just getting some more support and just, feeling validated and heard with these struggles. Also, you didn't do anything wrong, okay? You were a kid. And you've learned. You've learned. You've grown. Try not to let this stop you from building healthy relationships with people. Sometimes what happens when we go through these types of, abusive, manipulative, and volatile relationships is it makes it hard for us to form healthy relationships. Because that's what I want you to be able to focus on, is I want you to be able to focus on the relationships in your life that are healthy. Because that's what the future holds for you, and that's what will bring you more peace in the future. The only thing we can do from the past is learn from it. So forgive yourself for being a kid. It's okay to move on. It's okay to heal. Not really a question, but I'm very proud of myself and my recent progress. I love these updates, by the way. Positive updates is one of my favorite uses of this question box. I just passed a structural welding test at my job yesterday and successfully welded my first ever structural weld just 30 minutes ago. I've been anxious about this test for a while, and this has been one of my long-term goals for quite some time now. I'm very proud of myself and I feel rejuvenated. And you told us right away. That means a lot to me. You just did this 30 minutes ago? I mean, it's been an hour ago at this point because this question was from 30 minutes ago. So it's been an hour at this point. But still, you came and you shared your good news with us. So that doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you for sharing it here. Congratulations on your progress. Look at you go. What I want you to do is I want you to just savor that feeling. That feeling of accomplishment. That feeling of doing something that you've been working on for a long time. It's one of the best mood states that you can be in. That's when a person starts to produce gamma waves in their brain. It's the best type of brainwave. It's the most energetic type of brainwave. Savor that feeling. And know that this is a place that you can revisit in your mind whenever you need to. Celebrate that success. Treat yourself. Do something nice for yourself today. You did a cool thing. Good work. Sounds like it's a cause for celebration. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yahoo. It's a celebration. Hi, Papa. Okay, this is really dumb. I'm sorry. What did you just say to me? Sorry, what did you just say to me? Did you just... In case you forgot, in case you don't know, we don't allow apologies here, so... No apologizing allowed. Apologizing is forbidden. Congrats on passing the test. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Hey, you're a structural welder? You know, if you ever want to come down to the commune and help us with some welding, you know. I've also wanted to learn how to weld myself, so maybe you could teach me how to weld someday. My apartment flooded about 2 months ago, and they didn't start replacing them until this week. They really took their time, didn't they? 2 months gives a lot of time for, like, mold and mildew to start to... Ugh. I was really excited about it because I haven't been able to go downstairs for very long because of the risk of there being mold, and I just felt in a weird limbo that I couldn't control. They ripped the floors out yesterday and started replacing them a few hours ago. I went downstairs to talk to the guy doing them, and they're completely different, and it's making me really upset. I loved my old floors. The wood was really dark and laid like tiles, changing direction every other square to look kind of like they were woven. The new floors are really light and just normal planks. It's a huge change, which is something I'm not really good with, and I also just think the floor is ugly. I hate the color so much and I'm really bummed there's no detail like there was before. How do I get over this? I feel really stupid for crying and being so upset about something this dumb. It's not dumb, okay? You have the eye of an artist. You're able to find joy in the artistic expression that you can find even in a floor, okay? So how do you handle this? You get a nice rug. You get a cool looking carpet. You know, you go to the store and you get yourself a cool little rug to look at. Maybe a nice mandala. This is a good opportunity to go get a sweet rug. Besides, you couldn't even go down there before, and if they had to rip out the old flooring, then it was probably pretty bad with, like, the water damage and stuff, so it probably needed to be done. You're not stupid for crying and being upset about this. It's fine. It shows that you can feel stuff. Yeah, being upset at a change that you don't like is a normal response. It's a normal human response to be upset when something changes and you don't like it, especially if you liked the way that it was. It's normal. But hey, look at the good news. You get to go downstairs now. You get to go get a sweet rug. Sorry for your old floor. Sorry about your old floor. But hey, there'll be more floors in the future, okay? I also think you're just feeling really emotional because Sunday is your dad's birthday and normally you would call him and he would support you, but you can't do that anymore. Well, that makes sense. There's probably some emotion being displaced from that into the floor. Don't fault yourself for doing that. That's normal human stuff. That's what we all do. Whenever there's something going through, that we're going through, it finds its way of bleeding out into other aspects of our life. Maybe it's the fact that your floor got changed. Maybe it's the fact that the store doesn't have the flavor of ice cream that you wanted, or maybe they, changed an old billboard on your drive to work that you used to get a kick out of, and now the billboard is boring. It could be anything. Emotions, they tend to blend. Hi, Papa. I run an online shop where I sell handmade products that I put a lot of work into. Recently, I had 2 customers who had some small issues with their orders that weren't my fault, but I felt obligated to fix them and went above and beyond even though I lost money, all because I don't know how to say no and I'm scared of getting a bad review. My mind went into overdrive and I got super stressed and irritated and just felt like quitting over this, but I have too much stock to get rid of before I do that. I didn't want to get up in the morning for like 2 weeks until I didn't have to deal with them anymore. It's like dealing with customers takes the fun out of what I enjoy doing, but I don't know how to stop myself from feeling this way. Customers are almost always the worst part of any business. That's just the truth. Anybody who's ever had to work with people directly in like a retail setting, they know. You can't guarantee a good review. You can do everything right and still get a bad review. So I would just say to try to just be earnest and just try to have integrity and just try to do the right thing. Just try to focus on making things right rather than going above and beyond, if that's... Also, there will be more customers in the future. There will be customers who love you and who love what you're offering and love what you're providing, who will love your products. And that's what it's all about. That's what really matters. Like, trust me, I get it. I know. Like, here I am offering what I offer, and I get people who come in and complain too. I'm trying to give it away for free, and people will still complain about it, so try not to let the haters get you down. You just gotta keep going. You gotta say, on to the next one. On to the next one. We appreciate what you do, even if you get some bad reviews. Thank you. Thank you. Whenever I think about reviews, what always makes me feel better is I just remind myself that there are some people out there that hate water. Water, something that is essential for your survival, doesn't even have a 100% approval rating. So if water, the essence of all living things on our planet, can't even get 100% approval rating, I don't need to worry about getting 100% approval rating. Some people just really hate water. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to judge, but sometimes I'll go to the grocery store and I'll see somebody and they will be buying like several packs of soda, or they will be digging through, you know, those like sugar-free, like 0 calorie, like flavored water drinks that come in like individual bottles. I've seen people like digging through the shelf and like pulling out every single one of a particular flavor and just filling their cart with that one flavor of sugar-free flavored water. And I'm like, wow, this person really just doesn't want to drink water. And like, I get it. Like, I used to drink nothing but Diet Coke all day. But then I started drinking more water, and now drinking more than like one soda. Like, I can't even drink a full can of soda like in one sitting. Like, I can drink a can of soda over a span of like hours. It's like your body really does just change the perception of it after you break yourself of that habit. You're blessed to have a grandma who didn't let you binge on soda as a kid. That was the problem in my house growing up. Soda. My frames dropped there for a second, but I think my connection is still pretty stable, so I'm not going to sweat it. Here to admit, Ashley Madison and childhood grooming are both me. When you mentioned positive relationships going forward, I obviously thought of my boyfriend. Our relationship and what he does definitely impacts my self-confidence at times. I know I come up with a million reasons to do what I want instead of what I might need, but I do love him and we have worked through a lot to get to this point. I know starting over seems scary and I fear being alone, but he does make me happy and does a lot for me. I feel like I'm self-conflicted with everything, myself, my relationships, and the outside world. We say one step at a time, but how do I know where to focus my first step? You gotta look inward. You gotta look right here. Sometimes when I'm not sure what that next step is, I will look inward and just ask myself. Ask your heart what it wants. The mind has no answers, and the heart asks no questions. Like, has the stuff that you and your boyfriend been through, like the stuff that you've been through, is it stressful? Absolutely. Can it be worked through? Yes. Both of you have to be willing to work on that, though. One of the things that can help is if we want to try to focus, if we want to try to figure out what that next step is, we just want to try to visualize, like, what would be different in my life if I was feeling a little bit more confident, if I was feeling a little bit happier, if I was feeling, you know, more fulfilled and validated. I feel like some of your next steps are definitely going to be centered around communication. Just continuing to talk and grow closer and build up that relationship that you have with this person that you care about. Also, I just want to bring up one thing. I just want to, because I feel like it's important that you know, and you probably know it yourself, but I just want to if you have a trend of being in in relationships with people who are manipulative, we want to make sure that you are working on not continuing that pattern. Because what often happens is if we enter in relationships where we are being manipulated, that becomes normal for us and that becomes expected out of our relationships. Things like deceit and manipulation, and, you know, it becomes a part of a relationship, but it doesn't have to be a part of a relationship. It doesn't have to be a given. So if you're feeling conflicted with everything, you know, yourself, your relationships, and the world around you, start in here. Start with you. All right, chat. We're caught up on the questions. So, let me get a poll going. I need a poll. I need a poll going because we have 3 different options for which presentation we want to go through today. I wrote 3 new presentations. I have one on trauma, I have one on reframing, and I have one on love languages. So I'm going to do a poll. Should I allow people to buy votes is the question. You're always asking for things to spend your channel points on. Should I allow you to spend your channel points on stuffing this ballot box? Can you buy a second vote? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about allowing people to buy second votes for 500 points apiece. No, I shouldn't. I'm conflicted. I'm on the fence about this. I say no. Well, if Cutie Cheek says no, then we have to say no. Sorry, but that's just how it goes. Also, if you still had a question, we're gonna come back. I'm gonna come back and check the question box before we're done today. So if you were in the middle of like writing a question or putting something in there, don't worry, we'll come back to it. Just in case there was anybody who was halfway through a question and they were like, shit, missed my window. Okay, I'm gonna start this poll. So get those votes in. Get those votes in. I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. So I might warm up some food too. Oop. I don't mean to break your immersion. Here, just pretend that's me. Alright, I'll be right back.
Gonna get scared. It's gonna pop up and scare you.
When you were born as a cat, but dream of becoming a sofa. What would happen if you invite your hyper friend over to chill?
Huh?
When the speedometers show the same digits, but one is in miles and the other is in kilometers. Why need a treadmill when you can use the mall's escalator instead? Me when I see drama coming towards me.
Stop! I'm performing.
My level of sleepiness after a long, exhausting day. Me swearing to my PT that I'm on my diet, and when she's not looking. Seems like Kitty's food heist is not going well. This episode of Tom and Jerry Before looks incredibly thrilling. Everything can be a bed if you are sleepy enough. How to go out when you are crowded without breaking the rules. Kitty decides homework time is over. When you want to practice boxing but have no punching bag. Is this how a socially awkward person makes friends? Bet that white cat has a built-in off switch under his chin. That moment when you run into someone who is as weird as you. Cats really know how to have a good time, even when they're flying solo. Time to wash hair, but the shower water suddenly becomes tasty.
You started a hype train while I was
Definitely
gone?
having an existential crisis.
You started a hype train while I was gone? Excuse
Don't
me?
feed your cat late, or else he will
Is
turn
that
into
legal?
a food theft.
Hey, stop it. Stop it.
Don't worry, I did the monologue. Oh, thank you.
Oh, there they go.
Hype
When you
train!
finally see what is on the
Pork Tree,
menu
thank you for the
your new
300 bits.
diet.
Fell out of the coconut tree, thank you for subscribing. Grace GN,
Now,
thank
I
you for
imagine
gifting
my
that
body
sub.
Trying to hold on to the last brain cell.
Can I help you?
Hype
Can
train!
I help you? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Apparently, this cat's new side gig is being a pendulum clock. Having your cat and your printer running on the same system be like,
A wide stance, my guy. Super solid. No one's gonna tip you over. They could try, but you'd be like, nah, this stance is too wide for that.
seems like Kitty has mistaken her human for a yoga mat. This pizza party seems fire. Anyone knows how I can get an invitation? Puss in Boots, but it is a live action version. Fighting, but both you and your opponent are too lazy to move.
No, this is yours. Your coffee. Your coffee.
Not every day you can witness a glitch in the cat matrix.
And it's all too much for little Lando Norris. 21 years old. He just needs a bit of sleep.
When the cat printer runs out of ink halfway through. Nothing to question here, just the cat dreaming of climbing the Everest. Me and my sibling whenever our parents are not around. Human, how many times do I have to remind you to knock the door first? When my bestie wants a bite of my food,
Reframing?
me right after coming out of the shower in winter.
Phineas,
Reframing it is.
stop licking the olive oil.
How do you like today's video? Tell us about your favorite moment in the comments section below. And don't forget to like, share, subscribe for more doses of cuteness.
Oh, I
Thanks for
will
watching
be
and see you
subscribing.
around.
Oh, I'll be subscribing. Okay. Back. Oh, hey, Miss Poopy. Miss Poopy. Come here. They're meowing at me? Come here. Come here. Oh. Isn't she so cute? Look at this cat. Isn't she just so cute? Look at her. Hey, Miss Poopy, I got a show to do. I got a show to do, Miss Poopy. You're distracting me. Distracting me with your cuteness. Alright, the votes are in. The votes are in. Reframing is the topic that we'll be covering today. This is a good one. This is one of the topics where I was kind of surprised that I hadn't done this topic already. So I warmed up some food. Do you mind if I eat Is that okay? What if I eat while I do this? This Poopy's sitting in my lap? Isn't that the cutest cat you've ever seen? How does she do it? Miss Poopy. Miss Poopy. Looking at my chicken? My chicken and space beans? She wants my chicken? That's a cute cat. That's a cute cat. Space beans, yep. Look at these. The color of space. So they're a little wet. How am I supposed to do this presentation? I got Miss Poopy sitting here staring at me. She's giving me that look. I might just take a moment to take some bites of this food before we get started. How are you doing? I'm not left-handed. Eating with my left hand is hard. This is a good presentation. I think you all will enjoy this one a lot. Reframing. This is something that we talk about almost every day on this show. The topic of reframing. And it's one of the most useful skills that you can develop if you want to improve your mental health. And then I realized we talk about it all the time, but I never really did a deep dive into what it actually is. Sure, we've talked about how to do it, and, you know, we've talked about it a bit, but I wanted to just get a little bit more in depth. Hi, been a while. Hey, welcome back. I've got some food. I've got some coffee. I think we're ready to party. found something out. Alright, we ready to party? We're ready to party? It's reframing day. This is a good presentation, so if you're interested in learning more about reframing or how to do it, I would recommend getting something you could write some notes down. We got some exercises in this presentation as well, some things that you can start practicing to get better at reframing. Reframing. Are we ready? Who's ready? Wayland's here. Hey, how's it going? My Discord? Yeah, it's Papa Bragan. If you join my Discord server, you'll see me. Alright, we're ready. A quick question for you. Who here is familiar with reframing? Does anyone here not know what reframing is? Is this new to anyone? Is this something that someone's never heard of before? You sent me something? I will check it out in a few. I go through this presentation. It's helped you a ton. It's a useful skill. Cognitive reframing, exactly. It's the full name of the technique if you want to get fancy. Don't say it out loud. I won't. I won't. Alright, gamers, let's get to it. Reframing. Today, we're going to take a look at the science behind cognitive reframing. We're not just going to talk about what it is, we're going to talk about how it works in a scientific way, and then we're also going to talk about some different activities, different exercises that you can engage in to reframe things. Cognitive reframing is a transformative technique. It allows your brain to literally transform. It allows you to change your perception of situations, your perception of yourself, and the perception of the world around you, with the goal being improved mental health and well-being. You know about it, but not enough to do it consistently. That's how you get started. Being bad at something is just the start of being kind of good at something. So, today we're going to delve into how the process works, and I'm going to show you some practical exercises that can help you master the art of reframing your thinking. let's understand what it is a little bit better before we carry forward, shall we? Cognitive reframing. It's a psychological strategy, and it involves identifying and then changing the way that we view situations, experiences, and emotions. Which may sound simple. Reframing is one of those things that is kind of simple to understand, but it takes time and practice, and it might be challenging to actually implement. Please look at what I sent. Not laughing. I think I get it. You said don't read it out loud, so I'm not going to read it out loud, but I think I get what you're putting down. And all I have to say is, good for you. I'm happy for you. So, at its core, reframing is about changing perspectives on a given situation so that we can adjust its meaning and, consequently, how one feels about it. Reframing is all about adopting a new perspective. Looking at your thoughts, the situations that you've been through, your experiences, your emotions, anything that goes on in your brain, trying to adopt a new perspective on it so that we aren't as stressed and we feel better about ourselves. Reframing is a CBT technique, which is known as Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, CBT. CBT is all about changing your thinking so that you can change your behaviors, which should in turn reduce your stress and improve the quality of your life. So there's a lot of emphasis on the powerful connection that exists between thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. You could also call them thoughts, emotions, and actions, if you like that. The T, if that's easier to remember, T-E-A, the T cycle. Thoughts, emotions, actions. So the T is really brewing. CBT for beginners. Basically, let's say that you were in therapy with a therapist who was practiced in CBT, and that was their preferred way of engaging in therapy. They would probably help you go through a reframing process of some of the things in your life. You know, maybe you had a rough childhood and it makes you feel really down about yourself. You know, maybe your parents just didn't really show you the value that they should have showed you. And so now it's hard for you to value yourself because you have historically been undervalued. And so reframing that in this example would be we want to try to look at a different way of interpreting that. My parents made me feel... How did they make you feel? Invalid? Unheard? We want to identify how you do feel about whatever it is that you're thinking and feeling, you know, in this moment. And then we want to try to open up and change the way that we view the things that are going on within us internally. Adopting a new mindset. Looking at how, you know, maybe your parents undervalued you, but that doesn't set your value today. Maybe you were made to feel worthless, but you aren't actually worthless. Everybody has worth, everybody has value. Any questions so far? If you have any questions, or if I'm saying anything that's confusing or you need clarification, please let me know. I'm trying to make this, you know, I have a degree that says that I am supposedly a master of psychology, and sometimes I forget that not everybody knows what I know. What about loneliness? Loneliness is also something that you can reframe. Anything that, you know, isn't serving you is stuff that you can reframe. So if we're trying to deal with loneliness, we want to try to figure out, why am I lonely? Like, well, I'm lonely because I don't have anybody to talk to. Why don't I have anybody to talk to? We just want to try to explore the underlying causes for our behaviors, and then try to open ourselves up to some new perspective so that we can view these things differently. All right, let's keep it rolling. I want to talk to you about the science behind reframing, because some of you might be scientists. And if you're a scientist, I want to convey to you how this process works on a scientific level. Okay? So it's not all just pish posh. It's not all a bunch of... It's not woo-woo, okay? It's not woo-woo. That's what I'm trying to get at. Sometimes things in mental health can feel a little woo-woo. I get it. I understand that. But sometimes the woo-woo works, but reframing really isn't one of the woo-woo things. Reframing is probably one of the less woo-woo things that you can do when it comes to working on your mental health. Anyway, cognitive reframing is supported by neuroscience and by psychological research. And this research illustrates that it has an impact on our mental health. Studies have shown that reframing can literally rewire your brain, which strengthens neural pathways that promote more adaptive, positive thinking patterns. Okay. I want to explain this as simply as I can, not to, be condescending or patronizing or anything. I just don't want anybody to have any questions about this. So what does it mean when we say reframing can literally rewire the brain? What do we mean when we say it strengthens neural pathways that promote more adaptive, positive thinking patterns? Like, what does that even mean? I want you to try to think of your brain like a tree. Just think of your brain like as if it were a tree for a moment, okay? Lots of branches, thicker limbs that connect the smaller branches to the larger branches in the middle. And so when you're reframing, what you're doing is you are changing those old connections and you are changing the pattern that your brain moves through. You're changing the pathway of the energy as it moves through your brain. The more you think a thing, the stronger the connections that it forms in your brain. The more often you think something, the more you are likely to think it again in the future. You are strengthening neural pathways. And when you have a neural pathway that's really strong, it becomes easy to access, it becomes easy to use, and it becomes something that we use more frequently. Are you with me? You think so? Okay. I can deal with that. I can live with that. Basically, what I'm getting at is the more that you think something, the more it is reinforced within your brain. And the more that it is reinforced, the more connected it is to other aspects of your brain. It becomes a stronger aspect of your thinking because of repetition. Your brain doesn't know that you would rather be thinking differently. Your brain just knows that that is how it thinks. And so when we reframe our existing thoughts, it opens us up to new avenues of thinking. And when we open up these new avenues of thinking, it literally changes the way that our brain functions, and our brain will start to follow different paths. Because you got to remember, think of all those little cells inside your brain, all those little connections, all those little neurons. And they form this giant web. And within that web, there are some very strong pathways and some very strong connections. The more frequently those connections are used, the stronger they become. If we adopt a new way of thinking, it redirects that activity to a different part of the brain and it starts to form a new pathway. And the more you use that new pathway, the stronger it becomes, and the less you use the old pathway, the weaker it becomes. The brain, much like a tree, will prune off the branches that aren't working for it. If a branch isn't getting sunlight, it withers away and falls off. It gets pruned. Your brain does the same thing. Does that apply for addiction? It can. Reframing can be applied to any thinking. Reframing can help to reduce your stress, your anxiety, and your depression by altering the brain's response to stress and negative stimuli. It's literally changing your brain. It's changing the way that it works. The amount of stress that you receive by certain things can become lessened over time. You can actually use your brain to a different effect. Are you with me so far? What I'm trying to get at here is that it is backed by science. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you had a depressed person and you put them under a brain scan. You gave them an EEG. And you measured their brain activity in different areas of their brain. And what you would notice is that certain parts of their brain are being used to certain levels. You're able to measure the amount of activity in any part of the brain so you can get a clear indicator of what's going on in there, at least electricity-wise. But let's say that this person then starts to go to therapy and they start practicing reframing, and they start to change the way that they think about themselves, their relationships, their world. And what they're able to do is they're able to see that change. You're actually able to see an increase in activity in different parts of your brain. Your brain has been rewired. It functions differently because of reframing. Can you just get a scan, or does that only happen when you're looking for a diagnosis? Good question. I don't know what it would take to go and get an EEG. That's what it's called. It's called an EEG. It's an electroencephalogram. They put electrodes on your scalp and it measures the electrical activity in your brain. Your brain is always active. There's always some activity going on up there. There's more when you're awake and there's less when you're asleep. Also, a depressed brain looks different than a happy brain. This is just one little example and it's kind of cut off, but you can kind of see that the level of activity in your brain can change based on your mood state, based on your thinking patterns. If you get caught in like cycles of thinking, if you have like intrusive thoughts that are just repeating in your brain, that reflects in a brain scan. You can tell that a person is kind of focused on one area of thinking because that area of their brain will be active, and other areas of their brain won't be as active. What are my thoughts on QEEG? Quantitative electroencephalography. It's the study of like measuring that level. I think it's interesting stuff because when you see the results of like putting a monk in an EEG and you see just the level of activity that a practiced meditator can produce in their brain, and that they're basically at an entirely different level of functioning, It's like, okay, yeah, there's definitely something here. Hey, Chris Mack, thank you for subscribing. Alright, gamers, let's get down to business. Let's talk about the process of cognitive reframing. We talked a little bit about what it is and how it works, but let's talk about how you actually do it, shall we? Step 1, awareness. If you've been here a while, you're probably familiar that this is the first step. Becoming aware of whatever it is that you are trying to change. You become aware of what the problem is. Because you can't fix a problem if you don't know that it exists, right? So step 1 is awareness. You need to recognize your automatic thoughts and emotional responses to certain triggers or situations. The word here that I want you to pay attention to is automatic. Because what you're trying to do is you are trying to insert yourself into an automatic process and redirect that process in a different direction through manual intervention. So this can apply to basically anything. Whenever you're exposed to a certain trigger or a certain type of situation, you will have an automatic thought and an emotional response to that situation or to that trigger. Most of the time when it comes down to reframing things, what we're actually trying to do is focus on the automatic thoughts and emotional responses that cause us stress. Boogie2988, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're talking about cognitive reframing today. Got a little presentation for you. You're here just in time. We're telling you how that process works. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How do I have channel points? Have I been here before? Perhaps. That wasn't your first message in chat, so hold on, I can tell you. You were here in August 2021, and you said, yo. 11:08 p.m. That's a late night for me. It's a late night for me. This is a relaxing stream. Thank you. We do free mental health. Today we're talking all about cognitive reframing. It's the process through which you can change your mind. It's the process through which you can change your mind. The way that your brain works right now isn't the way that your brain always has to work. And science backs this up. If you engage in cognitive reframing and you start practicing redirecting your thinking, your brain will learn how to think differently. This is some flaming star type shit. I don't know what that is, but that sounds kind of cool. So I'm going to take that as a compliment. Is that cool? I hope it's cool. I hope it's not weird. Anyway, step 1 is awareness. You need to recognize your automatic thoughts and emotional responses to certain triggers or situations. This could apply to trauma, this could apply to addiction, this could apply to insecurity, this could apply to anxiety or depression. You're trying to recognize your automatic processes. Step 2 is evaluation. What we want to try to figure out is, are these thoughts accurate? Are these thoughts helpful? What I like to ask myself whenever I'm dealing with intrusive thoughts. Reframing is really good when it comes to dealing with intrusive thoughts. I'm sure most of you here have dealt with intrusive thoughts from time to time, because intrusive thoughts are basically a side effect of having a human brain. Intrusive thoughts. I'm worthless, I'm no good, nobody loves me, etc. Stuff like that. Stuff that thank you for the 3 bits, Calvin boy, thank you. We want to identify these thoughts and ask ourselves, are these helping me or are these hurting me? Intrusive thoughts suck. They do. And that's why we want to practice changing them, because they can be changed. Step 3, we want to figure out some alternatives. We want to figure out what different type of interpretation or perspective can I have over this situation. I must struggle with intrusive thoughts a lot. Not so much anymore. How about you, though? Everything going on okay up there? It's nice of you to be concerned about me, though. Thank you. So when we identify the negative thought or the intrusive thought we're trying to change, we identify that it's not helping us, we want to try to figure out what are some alternate ways of thinking that I could adopt. Step number 4 is adoption. We have to choose to adopt the more constructive or positive perspective. So this is the most basic, straightforward explanation of how does cognitive reframing work in a series of steps. We're going to go a little bit more in depth, and we're going to talk a little bit more about specific ways that you can do this, some different types of exercises, but this is the process. Any questions? Any questions? You're just taking it in? If you're confused or if you have questions, that's okay. But reframing is... it's one of those things where it might be easier to understand if I give you some examples on how to do it. An example of reframing could be something like this. Let's say that maybe you have some issues with attachment or some issues with abandonment. And you identify that in situations in which you feel as if you are being abandoned, it creates a lot of stress within you. So that's awareness. And let's say you have a situation comes up that subjects you to that trigger. Maybe you tried to call a friend and they didn't pick up the phone. And so, because of the way that you're used to thinking, your brain might think something along the lines of, they must hate me. They didn't answer the phone because they don't want to be my friend anymore. They didn't answer the phone because they hate me. So what we want to try to do is evaluate that. We want to challenge those thoughts. We don't want to let those thoughts just exist as if they are true. We want to challenge them. So we want to ask ourselves, how accurate or helpful are these thoughts? If a person doesn't pick up the phone when we call, is it because they hate us? Is that accurate? Is that helpful? Or could there be an alternative? What are some other perspectives? What are some other interpretations we could have of this situation? Maybe they're just busy. Maybe they're not near their phone. Maybe something came up. Maybe they got distracted. But I don't need to just jump to making this assumption that they hate me, they don't want to spend time with me, they're not actually my friend, they only invite me to stuff because they feel sorry for me or because they want to make fun of me. These are things that I've heard people tell me pretty commonly. These are pretty common intrusive thoughts that people deal with, especially when it comes to their relationships with people in their life. So then what we want to do is we want to identify the alternative, and then we want to adopt that perspective. The way that I like to do this is I like to just be very literal with myself, and I like to just either say it to myself or think it to myself. I would do something like, I am choosing to believe that the reason why, and then in this example it would be like, I am choosing to believe that the reason why they didn't answer the phone was because they are busy and that we will talk later. So we're abandoning those outdated ways of thinking, those harmful and intrusive ways of thinking, and we're adopting a better way of thinking. You didn't know that were intrusive thoughts? They are. They are. Intrusive thoughts actually work in any number of different ways. The example that you give is that's just one example of a type of intrusive thought. But that is an intrusive thought. Basically, an intrusive thought is anything that pops up and it makes you feel triggered or uncomfortable or stressed, and it's just difficult to deal with or difficult to go away. No, bro, they didn't answer because you're weird. All my friends are weird, though, so that doesn't make any sense. Like, I get that I'm weird, but I also have weird friends. Do you want to be my friend? Do you want to be my friend? sounds like you could use a friend. I am willing to be your friend. I consider you my friend. An intrusive thought can be as simple as, did I forget to lock my door? Exactly. It could even be something like that. It could be, did I leave the oven on? Did I even cook anything this morning? Well, I didn't cook anything this morning, but maybe the oven was on from last night and it was on all night and now it's on right now. Can I give an example of an automatic emotional response? Yeah, somebody comes up to you and they say something hurtful. Somebody comes up to you and they say that you're weird. The automatic emotional response to that would be, what would a typical response be to somebody being called weird? You would have some sort of emotional response to that. So that's what we mean when we say an automatic emotional response. It's stimulus and response. It's input and output. It's cause and effect. Anger is a really easy to understand automatic emotional response because anger is an emotion that a lot of people rely on. Anger is an emotion that a lot of people turn to as their most familiar response. All right, let's take it a little further. Let's talk how we reframe negative self-talk. One exercise that can help in reframing negative self-talk is thought journaling. Sometimes just writing down and keeping track of your thoughts can be helpful in changing your thoughts. It gives you a better idea of what's actually going on up in your brain. So if you have and this is something that you see pretty commonly, is negative self-talk. People tend to be far more critical and harsh of themselves than they are to other people. And so negative self-talk is something that a lot of people struggle with. Do aha moments feel so good because it's our brain tree reaching out a little further into the sun? Oh, now you get it. See, now you get it. If you're trying to work on your negative self-talk, keeping a thought journal can actually be helpful. A daily log of your negative self-talk. And then you want to learn to identify your patterns or your triggers. So maybe you realize like, oh, I go through a lot of negative self-talk, but it's at certain times of the day. So maybe it's the certain people that I'm talking to, maybe it's the environment that I'm in, maybe it's, for some people, negative self-talk happens a lot when they are lying in bed at night trying to go to sleep. For some reason, that seems to be one of the most common times that negative self-talk will really ramp up is right when you are trying to go to sleep. Your brain likes to just remind you, hey, remember that thing that you said in middle school? Wow, that was so embarrassing. Why would you even do that? Why would you even say such a thing? Like, I just don't get it. Like, that's just so cringe. Like, why would you even do that? Like, how can you live with yourself? What's a brain tree? Oh, I was making a comparison between brains and trees earlier, because your brain grows in a similar way to a tree. It grows upwards and outwards. Is embarrassment negative self-talk? That depends. Are we revisiting old embarrassments? And are we using old embarrassments to judge us today in this moment? I would say an example of negative self-talk would be... I don't know. Chat, give me some examples. Negative self-talk. I hate myself, I'm ugly, I won't do well at this thing that I'm trying to do, I'm just gonna fail, I should just give up. Another way to define negative self-talk would also be self-defeating thoughts. About nobody likes you, that too. Negative self-talk can come in a million different forms. What if you have negative self-talk, but it's all true? First off, it's probably not all true. If we're being honest. If we're being real, it's probably not all true. But if it is true, if there are negative things about us that we are uncomfortable with, what do we do about them? We work on them. We change them. If we feel that our negative self-talk about ourselves is true, then we owe it to ourselves to figure out, okay, what do I want to do differently? How do I want to feel about myself? Or is my self-defeating talk telling me that I'm, that I'm worthless, that I don't have friends? It's like, okay, well, how do I change that? How do I prove that wrong? Sometimes negative self-talk is easy to spot, it's easy to identify, and it's easy to change. Sometimes it's more insidious, it's a bit sneakier. Maybe you have old wounds that have been lingering for, decades. How do we stop feeling insecure in our relationship even if we've been with them for 5 years? What I would say to try to do is stop trying to stop feeling a certain way and try to focus on how you can feel a different way instead. We can't really stop thinking something, but we can think something else. We can redirect those thoughts in a different direction. So if I'm feeling insecure in my relationship, what do I need to do to feel more secure in my relationship? What sort of things do I need? What do I need to improve my communication skills? Do I need to spend more quality time? Do I need to, what can help you feel more secure in your relationship? What's wrong with not having friends? Nothing. It's just, it's kind of lonely, I think. But I'll be your friend, so don't worry about it. Another great way to reframe your negative self-talk is a technique known as the best friend technique. Whenever you notice harsh self-criticism, ask yourself this: would I say this to my best friend? Would I say this to someone that I really cared about? Would I say this to someone that I loved? If not, how can you soften your tone to be more supportive and understanding towards yourself? Because this is one of the things that we do, is we treat ourselves very harshly. We tend to be very critical and judgmental and demanding and impatient with ourselves. But we tend to not do that with people that we care about. We tend to have an easier time showing grace and compassion and patience with the people that we love. So if you wouldn't treat a person that you deeply care about in that way, then should you be treating yourself that way? What we're trying to do here with this one is we are trying to reaffirm the belief within ourselves that we are someone that we care about. Any questions so far? We getting it? If there's anything I want to teach people here how to do, I want to teach you to be a good reframer. Reframing is actually just so useful in changing your old, outdated, self-defeating, self-limiting, self-destructive thought patterns. You love the best friend technique? Period. That's another one that I'm a really big fan of because it's easy to understand and it works. How are we feeling? Do we feel our brains expanding? Are our brains growing? Alright, let's look at another way that we can practice reframing. Another way that we can practice reframing is through changing the way that we look at our setbacks and looking at our setbacks as opportunities. That's the cool thing about reframing, is it doesn't just change the way that you think about yourself, but it can also change the way that you think about situations. It can change the way that you think about past events, such as trauma. It can also help you change the way that you make and form relationships. I'm afraid that when I show people who I really am, they'll reject me because I'm a bad person. Hold on, I have to hit you with the Uno reverse card real quick. Because you're already preemptively rejecting yourself. If you're afraid to show people who you really are, then you're already rejecting yourself. And so you're already being rejected. So you have nothing to fear. Just try to be yourself authentically. That's a good way that we can reframe fear of rejection. If I'm afraid of rejection, I'm basically rejecting myself. I'm telling myself that I can't make connections, I can't engage with people. I have already decided that I am going to be rejected. And that's why we want to try to reframe it. You gotta reject yourself before they do it. That is actually, Alaylan, you brought up a really good point here. That is something that some people do. It's something that I've noticed that people will do. They will protect themselves from criticism by criticizing themselves to such a steep level that anyone else's criticisms seem tame by comparison. You can't hurt me. I've already hurt myself more than anyone else can hurt me. That's a way that we protect ourselves. And we think that we're protecting ourselves by hurting ourselves. But when you actually sit down and think about it, it's like, that doesn't really make much sense, does it? Anyway. Exercise number 1. The obstacle is the way. There is a ancient saying that we learn more from defeat than we do from victory. So if you've encountered setbacks in your life, what I would like you to try to do is, instead of viewing yourself as a failure or viewing, what we want to try to do is we want to try to look at what sort of opportunities for growth and learning can be found in this setback. Like maybe you go on a date. Maybe you go on a date and you think it's going well, but it kind of fizzles out and there's no second date. So what do you do from that? Do you just negative self-talk? Negative self-talk, no one's ever going to love you, no one's ever going to date you, you can't even get a second date, no one's ever going to want to be with you. That's negative self-talk. That's what we're trying to squash. The way that we reframe that is we look at it and say, okay, what went well? What can I learn from this and change for next time? We want to adopt a growth mindset. We don't want to be stagnant. We don't want to be done growing. We want to keep growing every day that we're alive. Like a tree. I see past relationships as a way to find out what you like in a partner. It's also a way to learn about yourself and the way that you identify as a partner in a relationship. If you're in a relationship and it doesn't work out, that's okay. It's relationship practice. Take what you learned and apply that to the next one. If you get bucked off the horse, get back on the horse and take what you learned and... Everything in life is blessings or lessons. I feel like that saying works better if you have a country accent when you say it. Now, Grandma always used to say, ain't nothing in life that ain't a blessing or a lesson. Yeah, that fits. That works. Because it rhymes. It rhymes if you have a little bit of a country twang on it. Blessing and lesson doesn't rhyme, but blessing and lesson does. You're a country girl? Yeah, hell yeah! I love the country. It's so much fun. We were just out in the deep country when we were camping. We were out in, like, you want to know how remote we were? The place that we were at just had a new tower put up. A 911 tower. There are now 911 services available in the area that we were at, where they weren't a few months ago. That's how remote we were. Exercise number 2. Future projection. We also like to call this one visualization. Whenever we face a challenge, we want to try to visualize how this will make you stronger and how this will contribute to your future success. What we want to avoid doing is identifying as a failure just because we have encountered failure. There is no success without failure. Nobody wins 100% of their games. I would say that I really don't want to understate the importance of adopting a growth mindset. If you can view your setbacks and your failures as things that you can learn from, as things that will make you stronger, and as things that will contribute to your success in the future, it's a really good path to be on. Alright, let's talk about how we can reframe stress and anxiety. These techniques will be helpful for those moments when we find ourselves, worried or feeling anxious. These are things that can help us to reframe and reorient and gain a new perspective. This first one is called the 5-5-5 method. When you're feeling overwhelmed, ask yourself the following. Will this matter in 5 days? Or something like, how will I feel about this in 5 days? How about in 5 months? Will this matter in 5 months? Maybe. Will this matter in 5 years? This can help you gain perspective. There are probably things that you were worried about 5 years ago that you have long since forgotten about. Do you remember every single thing that you worried about 5 years ago? Probably not. Do you even remember everything that you were worried about 5 months ago? Or even 5 days ago? Also, probably not. The thing about worry and the thing about feeling overwhelmed is that it is very consuming of our attention and of our focus. It makes it really hard to pull ourselves out of that moment that we're in. And so normally we really like to try to be in the moment and focus on our feelings in that moment. But if we're feeling overwhelmed, what we want to try to do is take a step back, zoom out a little bit. Easy to remember, 555. Gratitude shifting. Exercise number 2. This is basically an advanced form of distraction. Like we talked about earlier, you can't make yourself not think a thing, but you can suggest something new to yourself to think instead. Telling yourself to not think about something doesn't do anything to make that thought actually go away. What the brain is looking for is something different to think about instead. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, we want to try to shift our focus away from what is causing the stress, and we want to try to focus on gratitude instead. What are some things that you are grateful for in the present moment? Go ahead, chat. Whenever you're ready, tell me what you're grateful for. What are you grateful for, chat? I'm grateful for all of you. Yes, even you. Grateful for your dog. It's his birthday today. Ooh, happy birthday. Grateful for your job and your cat and your boyfriend. And we love cats. You're grateful for the effort that you've put in towards yourself, and you have you to thank for that, period. The reason why we do gratitude shifting, remember earlier when we were talking about the science behind reframing, and we were talking about trying to change the areas of your brain that are receiving activity in order to change your mood? You remember? One of the things that we have found is helpful to people if you want to improve your brain's ability to reside in a place of joy is to practice gratitude. It can be hard to make yourself happy if you're not used to being happy, but it's a bit easier to figure out some things in your life that you are grateful for. Gratitude is adjacent to joy in the brain, and so you can train your brain to be more joyful by practicing gratitude. Kinda cool, huh? Gratitude is hard sometimes. It can be. Well, let's think about it. Gratitude was me getting flung off of the four-wheeler, but being grateful that I didn't break my arm. Being grateful that instead I only sprained my arm. So even though my arm is still a little jacked up, at least I didn't break anything. At least I didn't break a bone. So I'm grateful. If things could have been worse, that's gratitude. One of the things that we want to try to practice doing when it comes to practicing gratitude is do like Maddie Bear did. Like Maddie Bear recognized gratitude within themselves. And that's a really important thing that we want to learn how to do in reframing, is we want to try to show ourselves some gratitude. You know, like as much as I was struggling, I'm grateful that I had the strength to ask for help. I'm grateful that I kept going. I'm grateful that I kept working on it. Grateful that I kept fighting. I'm grateful that I didn't give up. I'm grateful for having a comfy bed. There you go. What else? I just had one of those factor meals, so I'm okay. Thank you, though. Casey was making a chicken patty. She asked me if I want one. And normally I wouldn't say no to a chicken patty, but I just ate that pasta, so I'm a little full. How unlike me. I'm grateful for her. Grateful for the sun existing. Right? Like, when all else fails, you can be grateful for that big ball of light that makes all of this possible. Speaking of the sun... I'm gonna show you my eclipse picture again. Isn't that cool? I took it with this camera. Nothing too special, just a regular Canon Canon Rebel. I'm grateful that there will be 3 solar eclipses in the United States in my lifetime. I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to see 2 of them so far. Did you know that starvation increases neurogenesis in the hippocampus? Interesting. Where am I from? I'm from like the Kansas City area. We actually drove down to go see it. We had to go down to the boot heel of Missouri. We had to go down to the southeastern corner of the state to go see it. Starvation increases neurogenesis in the hippocampus. The hippocampus being the brain's... What part of the brain is the hippocampus? Remember, we talked about this the other day. We talked about it. Remember that guy? Remember that guy, HM, patient HM, who had his hippocampus removed, and then what happened? He was unable to form new memories. There was also a musician that had a viral infection that attacked his hippocampus, and he lost his ability to make new memories. So something about starvation increases your brain. I don't know. It sounds like almost like a survival mechanism. Like if you're starving, your brain is probably motivated to look back through your memories and be like, okay, now what can I eat? Now what is food? What is an option of things that I can eat? Let me go back through my memory. Because that's one of our aspects of our memory is we need to remember, what can I eat? It's the omnivore's dilemma. When you can eat anything, your brain is always trying to figure out, now, can I eat this? Is this gonna potentially poison me? So your brain is really good at remembering, like, this is a food I like, this is a food I don't like, this food made me sick, this food made me happy. Ironically, anxiety shuts down digestion first. I think that that actually makes perfect sense that that happens, because if you're anxious and you have to either fight or flee, you can't be worried about having to poop. You got bigger fish to fry. You've got more. You got bigger problems to deal with. Let's talk about how we can implement reframing in daily life, shall we? Practice makes perfect. If you're able to incorporate reframing exercises into your daily routine, they'll eventually become second nature to you. That's how your brain works. If you continue to think something, if you continue to reinforce it, then eventually it will become your new default. Right now, you might have a certain default mode of your brain that you're trying to change. If you continue to practice a new way of thinking, eventually it will replace your old way of thinking. So just stick with it. It's also really important to be patient and kind to yourself. Changing thought patterns is a process that takes time and practice. Just think about the way that you think now. It took time for your brain to learn how to think the way that it does right now. And so if you want to learn how to think a different way, it's also going to take time to make those changes. So just show yourself patience and be kind to yourself, because it will take time to change your thinking. But it can be done. Your thinking has already been changed into what it is now. And so reframing is a practice that allows you to change your brain in a way that is better serving you. All of these maladaptive thought patterns that you've formed over the years can be changed. And it may take some time to do that, just as it took time for them to get to where they are right now. What's also really important, if we're trying to learn how to reframe, is we need to be open to feedback and support from people that we trust. This could be our friends, this could be our family, this could be a professional, like a therapist or a counselor. Anyone who has your best interest in mind. It's good to have people in your life that can offer you that type of perspective. We just want to make sure that these are relationships that we have trust in, and these aren't people who are going to steer us in the wrong direction. Let's keep it rolling. All right. Let's conclude. So, what is reframing? It's a powerful tool for personal growth and mental well-being. It offers us a way to transform challenges and into opportunities, and it allows us to build our resilience and our strength. If you think of your existing thought patterns, it's kind of like a highway. And if you're learning how to reframe, what you're doing is you're starting a new road. You're building a new road. And that takes time to do. You're going to start off with just a dirt path. And then if you continue to use that path, it becomes more developed. It becomes easier to access and use that new path. You redirect the traffic down that new road. And the old road can be closed. If you actively practice reframing, you can significantly improve your quality of life. Anyone here interested in significantly improving their quality of life? Anybody? Does that sound okay to everybody? Does that sound like something you'd be interested in? Yes? No? Maybe? Reframing allows you to adopt a more positive and flexible and empowering outlook. It is such a tremendous tool, and I would like for us to just keep practicing it. You just bought a rowing machine? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Alright, chat, do we have any questions about reframing? This has been a presentation on reframing. The thing about reframing is there's honestly so many different techniques and different examples if you just start researching a little bit and start learning all the different things. Like this is 362 techniques and examples. So I would say try to find the way that works best for you. Reframing. There's all sorts of different techniques and tools you can use. We barely scratched the surface today. You're just grasping the 4 we went over. There you go. That's a good place to start. We covered the basics. Any questions? Anybody not get it? Anybody confused? It's okay if you're confused. I didn't even get into the Socratic dialogue. There's an ancient technique, Socratic questioning, that can be really helpful in reframing. But I don't want to overload you with information. There's all sorts of different reframing techniques. Guided visualization. There's honestly so many different techniques. I don't want to overload you. I just want you to get the basics. Alright, thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're great. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you. You're all wonderful. Give yourselves a hand. I'm almost done with my question for the box. Okay, well in that case... Alright, well since that's the case... Since that's the case, we'll wait.
Overcoming bad inner voices. We don't often think about it, and may never discuss it with others at all, but pretty much everyone has voices in their heads, a murmuring stream of thoughts that run along inside our minds most of the time. Sometimes the inner voice is encouraging, calling for you to run those final few yards. You're nearly there, keep going, or urging you to calm down because you know it will all be okay in the end. But sometimes, the inner voice is simply not very nice at all. It is defeatist and punitive, panic-ridden and humiliating. It doesn't represent anything like our best insights or most mature capacities. It's not the voice of our better nature. We find ourselves saying, "You disgust me, things always go to shit with you," or "You useless little idiot." Where do inner voices come from? An inner voice always used to be an outer voice. We absorb the tone of others, a harassed or angry parent, the menacing threats of an elder sibling keen to put us down, the words of a schoolyard bully or a teacher who seemed impossible to please. We internalized the unhelpful voices because at certain key moments in the past they sounded compelling. The authority figures repeated their messages over and over until they got lodged in our own way of thinking. Part of achieving happiness and maturity involves altering our inner voices, which means encountering equally convincing and confident, but also helpful and constructed varieties of voices over long periods, and taking care to internalize them. They might be the voices of a friend, a therapist, or an author. We need to hear them often enough and around tricky enough issues that they come to feel normal and natural responses, so that eventually they come to feel like things we are saying to ourselves. They become our own thoughts. The best sort of inner voice speaks to us in a gentle, kind, and unhurried way. It should feel as if a sympathetic arm were being put around our shoulder by someone who had lived long and seen a great many sad things, but wasn't embittered or panicked by them. In certain states of humiliation around work, in many of us, there is a mocking and contemptuous voice inside one's head. It suggests that love, respect, and kindness only ever come via worldly success and competence. Our failure, not being able to make a public speech, taking time to learn to drive a car, not being especially brilliant at sales, rightly debars us from love and appreciation. We need to incorporate a voice that separates out achievement from love, that reminds us that we may be worthy of affection even if we fail, and that being a winner is only one part and not necessarily the most important part of one's identity. This is, traditionally, the voice of the mother, but it might also be the voice of a lover, a poet we like, or a 9-year-old child chatting to his or her mum or dad about a stress at the office. It is the voice of a person who loves you for being you, outside of achievement. Many of us grew up around nervous people. People who lost their tempers the moment the parking ticket couldn't be found, and who were knocked off course by relatively minor administrative hurdles like the electricity bill. These people had no faith in themselves, and therefore, without necessarily wanting to do us harm, couldn't have much faith in our own abilities either. Every time we faced an exam, they got more alarmed than we did. They always asked multiple times if we had enough to wear when we went outside. They worried about our friends and our teachers. They were sure the holiday was going to turn into a disaster. Now these voices have become our own and cloud our capacity to take an accurate measurement of what we are capable of. We have internalized voices of irrational fear and fragility. At such moments, we need an alternative voice that can pause our runaway fears and remind us of the strength we have latent within us, which the currents of panic have hidden from us. Our heads are large, cavernous spaces. They contain the voices of all the people we have ever known. We should learn to mute the unhelpful ones and focus on the voices we really need to guide us through the thickets of life. we humbly offer this voice as one of the more helpful ones we might take on board.
Look at this boy. Isn't he getting so big? Can you believe him? Look at the size of him. He's huge. Isn't he handsome? Collider, thank you for subscribing. Well, I have some good news for you. I'm gonna have some extra streams this week since we missed a few earlier this week, so you're gonna get me on the weekend. How do you feel about that? Is that okay with you? Is that okay with you if we do a weekend stream? Does that work for you? Good news, everyone. Well, and JMC said they were putting something in the question box, so I was gonna wait for it before we go. Just did. Okay, there it is. All right, we're all caught up. It's really long, but I won't say sorry, even though I want to. Good. Good. You know what that gets you? It gets you a clap. Instead of a bonk. I was about to have to bonk you for apologizing, but we'll allow it. This is a pretty long one, but it's probably not the longest we've seen. We've probably seen longer, if I'm being honest. Okay, so this is going to be kind of long. Normally I would say sorry here, but I won't. Good. Forgot to add a trigger warning. Consider us warned. I like that people include trigger warnings. You know, it shows that they have a lot of respect for other people who might be triggered by certain things, but one of the things that we like to do here is we like to face our fears and we like to confront our triggers so that we can reclaim our power over those things. So I feel like that's what we're here for, you know what I mean? I want to ask for advice about this for a while, but it's something that's really hard for me to think about, and I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking for, so maybe just talk about it. I don't know, but I'll try not to ramble that much. So... I'm gonna get smaller for this. I know this topic can get kind of political and weird because of right-wingers, and I don't really want that to happen. I don't know, I also get scared people think I'm lying and telling them a movie plot or something when I'm really not, I promise. I believe you. Some of the stories we've heard in here would make for very interesting movies. Some of the things we've heard in here, you know, reality is stranger than fiction. I just kind of feel like I need to preface that because I do have a huge disclaimer whenever I try to talk about this. Early in the summer of 2020, one of my best friends went missing. I'm going to change names just for privacy, but my friend who went missing, I'll call Nicole, and our mutual friend who is basically the only one helping me look for her, I'll call Jasmine. It was really hard for everyone, and the cops really didn't care much because she was addicted to drugs and felt like she ran away. Cops. To protect and serve, am I right? She has a son, and we knew at the time, but obviously we know for sure now that she didn't. I spent 24/7 trying to find her. I barely ate or slept, and I made a list of every hospital, morgue, and shelter in our state, and a few around us, and would spend all day trying to call as many as possible. When I slept, it would be from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. so I could wake up and figure out who I was going to call before 8 a.m. when most places would talk to me, and then I would spend 9 hours doing that, and our mutual friend who was working at the time would go to where my friend went missing and hang up flyers once a week. It must be incredibly stressful. I can't imagine having a friend going missing. One of the most difficult things about having somebody that you care about going missing is just the unknown, the uncertainty. Like, you just don't know. Like, could they pop up in a few minutes and call you back, or are they on the other side of the world? It's just that uncertainty that gets you. Honestly, though, if I ever went missing, you were the type of friend that I would want to have. You're a good friend. In July 2020, the Wayfair conspiracy happened, so calling hotlines or anything was impossible because so many people decided Wayfair had missing girls in their cabinets and were clogging the hotlines to try to find them. I'm trying not to ramble and add unnecessary details, but whenever I think about it hits really hard. Or whenever I think about this, it's really hard and I can't organize my thoughts. This sounds like a stressful and chaotic time, and it's natural to have a difficulty organizing your thoughts from a stressful and chaotic time. Nicole's mom always had an issue with drugs and alcohol, and it was very clear that she wasn't sober during this time, so there really wasn't anyone looking for Nicole except for me and Jasmine. But Jasmine was still working